Okay, I believe that the fact that I can see a statue right here means that this is a statue placement island. Aurora is really powerful with my sealed boons, and we have bargains. So this is, my heart is literally in my chest as I go to click on this, because if this is not a statue placement island, that's a huge cost, but I think it is. Let's hope it's big, let's hope it's flat. Okay, not ideal. Not awful, but not ideal. So, statue. Okay, that's necessary. Oh, that's a relief. Okay. Hello everybody, this is Connor, and let's talk about high building scores. So there's been some discourse recently. This has been sort of a perpetual Islanders and Islanders New Shores fascination with getting as high of a score as possible from your buildings. There's been some discussion going on Reddit and in the Discord. People have been posting primarily their best temple. The temple tends to be the building that people get the highest scores out of, and that does track with my expectation. I would imagine the temple is the highest scoring building for a lot of reasons. Mostly it has the largest payouts per selected building. Temples can get 40 points for every statue they detect. They get 25 points for plateaus and terraces. They get 20 points from masons. They get 15 points from shamans, 10 from each mansion. So even though they have a very limited detection radius, they can get a ton of points by being placed in the correct location. Now, I've seen some people scraping up against the 1,000-point barrier. I actually am not sure that I've seen a temple worth over 1,000 points. But today we're going to. In fact, today we're going to go, I hope, a fair deal past 1,000, because if we're thinking about how do we maximize the score from one building, well, it would be helpful to have some sealed boons, right? Some sealed boons that you are able to invest. Before we talk about that, though, look at this kind of fascinating generation quirk. So we have this area here, broken wall, 3-level stair step, recreated right here. Broken wall, 3-level stair step. And it's actually like crumbled rock with high ledge, crumbled rock with high ledge. We have corner, middle, middle. We have corner, middle, middle. So this is actually the same generation chunk on either end. It's kind of amusing. There is a slight difference in how they are offset. So this one you see is not quite lined up with the corner of this central tower, versus this one is actually quite in line with it. And I also think there is a maybe subtle difference in how protruded from the ground each of these are. This one looks just a little bit lower to me. So because of that, and because we have all of this land over here, I think this is my ideal temple corner. Putting a temple right about here, I think you could access it from all the walls and everything. But I was just talking about sealed boons. Let's talk about sealed boons. Let's talk about 58 sealed boons. This is Island 19. I have done an entire run maximizing how many sealed boons I obtained. I, as best as I could, attempted to play back-to-back stellar into leyline islands for the entire run. I wasn't always able to, but I took reroll every chance I got. I took sealed boon every chance I got, and now we are on an Aurora of the statue placement type with 58 sealed boons. And again, this is Island 19, so we have as much runway as possible before we fill up the island score tracker. So I'm kind of hoping to accomplish two things with this island. Firstly, I want to just blow away the temple high score. I want to get the highest score temple that anyone has ever seen, anyone's ever conceived of. Following that, I also want to get the highest island score. I want to get the highest single island score that anyone has seen or thought about. My priority is going to be temple score. So I will be making sacrifices to island score, and I'm sure someone else, I'm sure someone could get more sealed boons if they were really dedicated. B, I'm sure someone could get a higher island score. But just for right now, I'm kind of planting a flag at the sand and what I'm going to accomplish. So I have been thinking quite a bit about how to best utilize my resources, and I actually think the first thing I do is just open every boon. Now there are roughly 20 boons. I have roughly 60 sealed boons here, so I'm hoping to get about 3 of each. The number one things that I'm looking for, I'm going to need at least 1 increase area to put on my temple. That seems like a given, but I want as many statues as possible. Remember, statues give 40 points on the temple, so if I can get the natural statue boon, or if I get duplicates, or if I get more bargains, which was also my reward for choosing this lovely island, I'm going to be copying as many statues as possible. I'm hoping to get like 10 of them. I also want terraces. I want wall platforms. I think a bunch of shrinks could be pretty powerful. So let's just see what we get. And each of these should give me 25 points, I think, because it is an Aurora and I'm opening a sealed boon. This is wild. I've been saving these for a long time, so I actually kind of do have the heart in the throat feeling. But this is the island. It's not perfect. Like, all this clutter here is a significant downside, but hopefully I can kind of build around that through excessive use of resources. I think having a corner is really important. Or else I might try and consider, like, building here instead. I don't know. This island shape is just not perfect, but it is what it is. So plus 15, and then do I get a plus 10? Yep. Okay, so I'm not going to open any of my building packs yet. I'm going to just keep opening sealed boons. Because of this, and I think getting rerolls, which A is going to be an extra 10 points, and B is going to let me reroll my buildings, is going to be further impactful. Wall platform's good. Score amplifier's okay. Destroy is bad. Okay, statue. We want as many of those as possible. Verger's okay. Wisp, of course. Of course we were going to have multiple Wisp. Duplicate, that can easily go on a statue. Level up, we're going to get several of those. Blossom, Precious, plus Cliff Houses. Neighborly, plus Bargain. Sustainable, plus Terrace, plus Wisp. Score multiplier, another bargain, another shrink, another duplicate, that's good, another increase area, another level up, that's good, another terrace is nice, yeah, another duplicate, okay, neighborly, cliff houses, sorry, forgot where we were, sustainable, demolish. I need some more statues. I need statues, duplicates, bargains. Let's go. Second blossom is okay. Another statue. Good, good. That's what we like to see. Plus Verger. Another reroll. Go ahead and crack that. Another level up. Another bargain. I'm pretty sure you can bargain a placed statue. You can't bargain natural statues, but I think the placed ones you can. More neighborly, another duplicate, that's good, that's essentially a statue. So here's 5 statues right here. If these work, that's 4 more, and this is a statue placement island, so I have 3 just off the start. There's a Wisp, another Verger, some more Demolish, more Sustainable, more Shrinks, a third Blossom, not sure how useful that's going to be. A third Add Cliff House. A third Precious. Let's get a statue. Yeah! Called shot. If I could call shot, let's get another duplicate. No, okay, I'll take a wall platform though. That's fine. That's fine. That's my third reroll. It is kind of looking like I'm getting exactly 3 of each. I bet these run in sequence as well. Because I think what we're looking at here is exactly 3 of each. And I just got my first natural boon. Have not placed a building. But yeah, every single one of these is 3 of that type. Because remember, I came in with a bargain. And I've used 3 rerolls that came up. So I guess we're going to start the loop back over with another duplicate. We love that. Okay. And another shrink. That's okay. And another neighborly. And another statue. Heck yeah. Okay. This is mildly disgusting. I guess let's let the points trickle in. Now, do I open my natural boon next? I think I just do. I'm going to go ahead and let these points keep tickling in. So I am curious to see how high of a score this island actually generates, because I will say, I did not try very hard on the islands to get to this point. So if it was just an island where I could unlock boons, you know, just a normal, like a stellar island or something, I would just play it until all the boons were unlocked and then move on. So I was not trying to score max. I did not get every point out of it. I was just playing quick and sloppy just to get every boon, because, you know, that could give me more rerolls or sealed boons. On the Leyline Islands, I did not play them for score. I played them for sealed boons. So I tried to maximize Leyline value at any cost. You know, I was doing things like placing a seaweed farm inland. Like I'd place it on this cliff just so I could tag the ley line and get 3 extra points towards the sealed boon. So I was doing things that were significantly reducing my actual score in order to invest in this. That being said, I am going to be curious to see how competitive my actual high score is, because there is some chance that this strategy is actually optimal, that you can get so many points from score looping a single island that it is worth investing your entire run into. So maybe I've made a huge mistake, and maybe all of the effort that I put into the previous islands should have been full focus, maximum attempt, like really giving it my all, because maybe that would have been higher scoring than traditional play. Like maybe this data point left over from this island is going to incentivize how I play in the future. You can see these points are still trickling in, and I've got 2 boon packs saved up now. I think it's okay to go ahead and open them. So, here we come to the difficulty of how I spend my rerolls. I think bargain, if it can be a statue, is my choice. But if it can't be a statue, I don't want it. So I need to double check that before I confirm. And I'm pretty sure you can. I think I've done it. But it's easy enough to check, because my first building pack here has to be the statue pack. So I can just click this. I don't have any other option here, so it can't possibly be a problem. Now I can just place one of these. And this is not a permanent, for real placement. This is not actually happening, because I can undo it. And then if I come in here, bargain, I can't. Okay, that's disappointing. Okay. Well, now I know. So I don't want that bargain. But that doesn't necessarily mean that rerolls are best spent there. Before I make anything else complicated, let's just go ahead and get all of my statues. Now we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 statues. I'm tempted to leave 1 plus statue, because if I get duplicates in the future, I'm going to want to be able to duplicate a statue. I also have these building packs to go through. So I think I leave 1. And I think I'm bummed I can't bargain these. Whatever. So it is. So it is. Okay. So, part of me thinks the best thing that I can do with these 13 rerolls is to unlock Mason and Plateau before anything else. Like, I need to unlock City, but if I click reroll once, I think I'll be offered City. I can take that, and then I can reroll all the way to Mason or Plateau, take that. And so every building unlock that I take will have a chance of giving me extra Plateau. Like, Verger is really good. I have no problem with taking Verger, but just for the purpose of truly temple maxing, I think this is a little bit higher payoff than re-rolling my boon. Because re-rolling my boon, if I get a statue or a duplicate, that's big. But basically everything else is like not super meaningful. And because you have to go through all of your boons to see the same ones repeated, I don't know if I'm going to be seeing them twice, so I'm probably getting one statue and one duplicate total in my total time earning boons on this island. So I think I am going to invest rerolls in getting City first. Double City Center is nice. And then Mason. Okay, just give me 5 mansions and 1 Mason. That's gross. And now I'm just going to roll until I see Plateau, which is going to physically pain me. Oh, this is so expensive. Okay. 3rd city center, though. Now, I think I just take these packs naturally. And I save these rerolls, because I'm not going to be able to get to, like, Terrace or something. So I think let's keep a common building out of my pool as long as possible. And we're hoping to get more Masons, more Plateaus. The reason that we unlocked those early is so that they're in the pool for each of these. So far, no payout. So far, no payout. So far, no payout. Okay, 2 more Masons. That's pretty good. I know this is going to seem weird, but I think cliff houses, because temples do detect them. No payout. Shaman is good. Shamans do score well on your temple. Fountain, no more payout. Brickmaker, no payout. Fisher, no payout. Lumber, another mason. Still only 1 plateau. I would say that is a low roll. I would say that is unfortunate, especially since I committed to this early. I would say this is going abysmally. I would say this is significantly below average performance for Masons and Plateaus. And that's honestly kind of a bummer to see, but I do have quite a few buildings. Haven't placed even 1 yet, let us recall. Now, Bargain can be a Plateau. That's kind of what it looks like my bargains have to be, because terraces I can get from here. But bargains might just have to be Plateaus. And ideally, I could be a bit further in the building unlocks before I start doing my my bargains, because they're going to lock my plateau choices. I'm sorry, that wasn't clear at all. I need to place my plateau before I bargain it. Once I bargain, it's going to lock my building and boon choices. And locking my boon choices especially could cost me a statue, which is a big deal. So I think I want to be further along before I start bargaining. I mean, we'll see how far I can get in the island before I do anything in the temple area. But yeah, I think this is the best spot for the temple, more or less. Okay, so bargain is an extra plateau. I guess let's say that's good enough. I think it's better than level up. Okay, so getting duplicate to statue is going to require placing all 10 of these, but that's super achievable. Now, I know you might be wondering, Connor, these get minus 60 from each other. Do not worry, my friends. We have technology for that. We have a strategy. So, oh, what a game this is. What a thing I am looking at. Okay, let's start with our fields. I think this whole area up here is going to end up covered in trees and parks and hermitages. I think I can't allocate any of this. I also have some concerns about, even though I only have 4 of them, getting my low mason count in contact with my temple. I think until I have my temple, I don't want to commit any buildings to that area. So I instead need to figure out things that I'm placing far enough away from the statues to not detect them, because there will be 10 statues, maybe 12 actually. There'll be 12 or 13 statues sitting in a little cluster right here. So anything that can touch those is going to get a huge boost out of those. Like that's just going to be, 22 extra points on the hut and whatnot. So it really is a shame this island shape is not a little better. It's not like bad, it's just very medium. But I will do what I can. And I can't undo it now. So in terms of sand, this is the only sand we have. That's butts. Frequently the sand distribution of islands just sucks. That's something you got to deal with. Various 13s. Okay, I guess we'll take this. My tower. We did get a second plateau. That's good to see. I guess I can really be thoughtful about literally everything I place, because I can see so much of what I'm going to do. So yeah, these go first before anything else in their tech tree. Sorry, it's going to be slow play for a bit, everyone, as I have to look at this list of buildings like, what do I what do I want to place? So I can go harbor and dock. Harbors do like city centers, though. So am I getting a city center in my cluster here? I mean, there's going to be... They're worth 10 points. They're tall, but the statues are also tall. And I haven't totally decided what shape all these buildings are going to need to be in, because there's going to be like some number of plateaus clipped in the ground here. There's going to be some number of terraces leaning in from the outside, and then wall platforms off of every available wall, layered as deep as they'll allow me. I might even be shrinking these plateaus to place as many as I can in like tight confines, and then layering on top of those 12 to 14 statues. So yeah, it's going to be a lot. But without seeing the actual shape of the island, I couldn't even start to predict how things were going to look. So, oh yeah, I was going to do... Oh, and this is the same structure as well, isn't it? Little like mounded up corner there. Little mounded up corner here. Right? I think that's the same. building. Fascinating. Okay, well, one of these can be my parks area. Or not my parks area, sorry, my wheat field area, which is what I was getting around to before I got distracted previously. So let's... I don't think that is quite right. I think more like that. And then easily fit 2 over there. Okay. Now, because we have 9 sustainables, I'm kind of just looking for opportunities to use them. So let's do one like that. And then one like... No, I did not click on sustainable apparently. One like this. I'm just going to focus first on placing the buildings that will absolutely not impact the temple. Things like these fields. Yep. Time to keep going. Gonna be a very good fortune teller whenever I place that. And I guess maybe I should have been wisping through these this whole time. That didn't even occur to me until just now. Yeah, having 3 wisps, because you can't multi-wisp in the same building. So maybe I have 2 wisps moving through the mansions and area, and then 1 out here, and I just kind of accept that I missed out on 20 points, 15 points. I mean, it's going to be difficult to get it out of wheat fields and to ever move the wisp into something else. But it can't jump park to park, so that's already an issue over there. I think because I already have 3 and I'm kind of expecting a 4th, I think I am actually gonna do it and just accept that, like, I made a mistake over here. I should have placed that guy sooner, but it did not occur to me until it was already too late. I guess kind of on that merit, is there more I should be thinking about? Shrink I want to save for temple area. Wall platforms, add verdure, I can use at some point. Same with add terrace. Right now I'm kind of, and with add cliff house, I'm kind of keeping them as a way to have more control over these buildings, like when they show up, to make it easier to get access to buildings that I want deeper in the chain. But I guess that might not actually end up mattering. It just doesn't, I don't need to use them yet, so there's no advantage to, there might be no advantage to holding them, but there is currently no advantage to playing them. If that makes sense. Well, I mean, that's exactly what I want. I now have 11 statues to place. Okay. Gotta do some smart wisp movement here. Yeah, we'll take a 40. This might have been a mistake, and I definitely should have used the wisp initially. That's a meaningful number of points. It would have made a difference here. But mistakes are going to be made. This is a way that I don't think anyone has ever played an island. Maybe the developers did with all their pro tools. I'm actually kind of disappointed how few buildings I got. Like, I was hoping, especially with the Aurora and everything, to have kind of a ludicrous number of buildings before I placed any, but I suppose I had a few, you know, it worked out okay. I mean, it's worth more points because of the flowering trees, and I'm gonna flower every tree on this island. If I have 3 blossoms, there's gonna be no shortage of flowered trees. I also need to think about my lumber area and my cliff houses are probably just going to be screwed, but because I'm not giving them a shaman. The shamans are all going to the temple. But if I sauna here, there's a lot of cliff right here. I could do one city center here-ish. I don't need all four. Yeah, I can do one there and then this like here. That seems pretty good. So let's spend maybe 2 vergers tree maxing this area down here. And then this can be my lumber and this can be my green. Fortune teller is already 378 points. Do I want to try and go for a fortune teller record? Because if I just immediately cracked open all 3 of these, all 3 of these, all 3 of these, all 3 of these, that's a lot more buildings. And I need to get 110 from 6 or fewer. That feels like super easily achievable depending on what I decide to play. I don't think this number is going to be bigger than my temple, but maybe I can. No, I don't want to get too sidetracked. It is a lot of points though. I think the only real consideration for me is whether or not there is actual value in holding these. Because on one hand, it's nice to be able to deposit buildings into my bar when I want them. To like place out all of my terraces and then put them at the end here. But that's only useful for duplicate. And I'm going to duplicate a statue. I'm going to place every statue I'm holding, all 11 of them, and then spawn one more and duplicate it. So that doesn't sound like I'm going to need any of these. So let's go ahead, redeem these. Plus wall platform, not the statue, but yes, the vergers. And then, yes, the cliff houses, 4 at a time. And then, yes, the terraces. And I got new buildings. That is everything. I hate circus, but I don't want... Park is common, so I'm just going to try and keep it out of my pool as long as possible. Just to have more chance of getting a few more plateaus or something. Wall platforms. Okay, so now my fortune teller is up to 468 points. So a naked fortune teller, 748 points. And I can even take like a really silly picture here where it's not obvious that I've played on the island at all. If I crop out those flowering trees, or... This is almost funnier. Yeah, okay, I'll post this in the subreddit and in Discord with no explanation. That'll amuse people, I'm sure. So do I just want 748 points? Or whatever that number was. Or do I want to try and get 125 in 6 buildings or less? I certainly can do it. It's just, do I even want to bother? And do I even think it's good? Because like generally, in order to get score out of buildings, you kind of gotta have buildings, and I don't have buildings yet. Like it's just it's just my wheat. I mean, yeah, I guess I just place it. That's so weird. Like when I think about it logically, I just don't see this getting better. Like, yes, I could place all of the statues and then have it on those. But it is minus 20 on the temple, and that is not something I am willing to do. I'm not getting any minuses on my temple at any cost. So I kind of think I just place it. And I think I do use one of my 6 score multipliers. And I think where I place it almost does not matter. Like maybe fish kites like them, but not a lot of stuff. I mean, what all even cares about fortune tellers? I'm curious now. We've got 2 points on the mansions. I know this is a little more long in the tooth than my play typically is, but I'm kind of curious now. 2 points on shamans is not going to be meaningful. It's not going to get redeemed. A lot of these I just kind of assume don't care. Why would they? You could convince me that some random building like a tower cared about fortune tellers, but it seems like no. It seems like almost no one detects them, just mansions. And a ton of my mansions are going to be on wall platforms and plateaus and everything right here. Certainly not all of them, but yeah, I don't think it matters. Ultimately, I just don't think... I guess I could put it somewhere random like here that's like clearly far enough away to not be detected by the temple, but maybe close enough for fish kiting. I don't even know though, like my markets are not going to be here. I guess my towers will. Yeah, this feels deranged. This feels illegal. Like look at the score loop in the bottom right. Look at how many points I'm getting for this. Strange game. Look what I did to the game for value. Right, we love a terrace. That's 4. Still need more plateau, but 4 terrace is good. Aviary is just a free 125 points. You know, nothing compared to the to the fortune teller, but I mean, sealed boon could be a statue. I think based on the order that it was running through, it's not. I think it's going to be... It's like a demolish, maybe? Or an increase area? Shrink building will definitely get me more things in contact with the temple. That's a weird choice for me. That's not a choice I would frequently make, but I think under the specific goals and constraints of this island, I think it is advisable. Still no 3rd plateau. Still no 3rd plateau. Still no 3rd plateau. And my pile of buildings is only getting more ludicrous. Okay, I can fit 4 across. As as long as they're like pretty tight up against the edge. You can see 4 across here. Hermitage, still no third plateau. I'm not upset about it, I just want everyone's sympathy. Wow, this is an intimidating building bar to look at. Okay, I think kind of by the same logic, I think I'm just gonna aviary. Like, yes, it will increase in value, but not by a ton. A sealed boot could be anything. It could even be a level up. I really wish I had actually kept track of the order, because I think I did get a statue and a duplicate, like right at the end of my sealed boons. So I think the ones that I really care about are already through. And I did get a 4th shrink, because I have 5 shrink worths right here. I think it's going to be one of these 3. And I don't really care about any of them. So I guess just the level up? I wonder if getting natural boons changes the sealed boon list, or if it is just one straight up queue that I've been proceeding through. This is a difficult challenge for me because they're both pretty good. But I think in this particular case, I think the level up is realistically only going to be one building. Like, I think I'm so easily going to get to the one building per unlock phase. So it's only one building towards progress on my max score temple, but it's definitely more points towards progress on my how good of an island can I make. I'll take the sealed boon, whatever. Okay, sorry. Just the fact that I spent that whole time debating sealed boon versus level up and then just get a level up from the sealed boon. It's like actually high comedy. All right. The skipper is here, everyone. So here's my guy. I'm going to increase area, a temple, right about here. And I want to absolutely blow the minds of everyone who sees this temple. I want this temple to be, for all of history, the highest score building that anyone has ever seen. So my first question, does a temple fit on a shrunken terrace? No. Good to know. So if I did want this temple to be on a terrace, this is as low as terraces can go. And from there, I can increase area, temple. Feels like I have a little bit of distance I can cheat this direction. Feels like I am detecting a lot of ground still. Feels like... Because the other option, of course, is placing it on like a wall platform, which gets it lower down, which has an advantage. I can also go more like here. Those of you who enjoy like really slow play, this is going to be one for you. I can already tell, because I've got a lot to think about and a lot of time invested in this run. So I'm not going to be quick with my decision making. Okay, this This might just be the location. I'm getting a lot of the ground, so I can tag like a plateau over here. I'm getting enough of the wall here that I can probably do... Oh, yeah, see, that's the problem, isn't it? So the other option is I could go just on the wall. I could go right here. I could place multiple wall platforms coming forward off of the wall and some on that side wall. And I can place the temple clipped over multiple of them. The only problem with that is that then you're losing a bunch of your effective placement space into the wall. You know, like into the stone. The bubble extends in a way that is taking away functional space for you. So what if instead you did like this, right? Where you create a patch of equal height ground that would allow me to place the temple like here or something and find sort of the exact slide point that I wanted. This does get me above statues, which is cool. It also... I guess the next question, so how do statues and plateaus interact? Timeless question. So firstly, I can place this and then undo it. So firstly, terraces cannot be placed on plateaus. You probably already knew that. You also can't shrink a plateau on top of a terrace. I have tried. It is not possible. Sometimes you can convince the game to clip over a little bit, like I'm doing right here. But obviously that's not quite the same as like this placement. Statues, however, can be placed on plateaus, even kind of hanging off the corner. So got a lot of statue versatility there. So if I'm going to create a terrace for my temple, if I like that plan, which I kind of think I do, gotta find like the exact right depth to place it and everything, but that's achievable. Because it needs to be... needs to be exact, needs to be just right before I will accept it. So yeah, that's obviously not correct. Not wildly off, though. And they're actually probably close enough that you could clip a building across that little gap, but I am not willing to risk that. Not on my one shot at this. I wonder actually if I can get it perfectly so I can do this and this. I can't tell if those are even or not. I think they are. All right, so if... yeah, I know. So if this is my temple, it does need to be further forward, for sure. But if I can end up here, am I pretty happy with that? Would I rather be here? Yeah, I think I'd rather be somewhere around here. So here's the conundrum that I'm in. I like this placement. I think this is functional. I think I could start slapping these down and build a big connected level, lay some plateaus underneath it. The issue is these statues, because ideally the statues get placed before anything else. But I need this exact spot, and then I need spots on the ground for plateaus. And then if I put a statue on top of the plateau, all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure it's too high up. All of a sudden, I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually like work anymore. And once I start multi-placing statues, I am going to tank my score deep into the negatives. So this placement looks really good to me. I'm going to take a picture of it so I can recreate it, theoretically. And I'm going to undo it. And I'm actually going to step away, take care of some chores and stuff I have to do, and just ponder this for a little bit. I know that this is like an all-time record for me in terms of fewest buildings placed per, because this video is almost an hour long already, and I've placed essentially nothing. But hopefully you can see that like real consideration is going into this, because I think there is a lot of optimization potential here. Okay, I have taken some time away to consider and some time to mow the lawn. And essentially at this point, I am in the boon waiting room. I want to unlock as many boons as I can before I start using bargains. And I need a bargain plateau. And almost every building I have is kind of quietly waiting on either the statues or the plateaus or the wall platforms. So I just need to place everything that isn't waiting for those buildings and then get as many boons as I can unlocked. And that may have already been obvious to some of you. It was something that I brought up early on the island, but then I kind of forgot it once I was caught up in the, if you'll pardon my roguish language, the orgiastic acquisition of points. Hops, fields, and breweries can go somewhere. I think let's do vergers first. So I have increasingly been a fan of doing one water verger. I think when I first discovered the power of verger, I always clustered them in one giant park area, but I think there's a lot of value in using 2 or 3 to get a pretty good little lumberjack area. And in this case, it's also a sauna area, which will frequently be the case. Like I can get 5 extra buildings, 5 extra trees by doing that, and then maybe 1 more right here. Why are those both 11? Why is this a 12? Well, we take that. All right, so we'll leave those many for my lumberjacks. And then using 1, sometimes 2, to create more fishing spots. Because fishing spots are actually very important. Like, they're very valuable across your buildings. They have more of an impact than I immediately assumed. That's 2 points on every fisher that tags them. And then also 3 points on the harbor, 1 point each on the dock. So you get a fair amount of value out of them. And I think it is worth 1 verger to increase that number. Sadly, this distribution here is like exactly wrong, because I can't quite avoid all 3. I think I am just going to eat 1 -5 in order to cluster these. It's not ideal, but I think having them so close to the coastline here means I would necessarily kill them when I start placing buildings. And I don't want that to be the case. You don't want your buildings to overlap, like in this case where I'm taking out 2 fishing spots. That is just as bad as crushing trees. Still only 2 plateaus. Okay, well, we can do it back to vergers. So these are classic park and bloom vergers. So I am placing these, trying to angle the flowers as close to the already existing flowers as I can. Because I don't want to create a bunch of spots like this, for example, where I can't really put trees here because there's just too many negative flowers. So if I can cluster the flowers, I have more opportunity to place good vergers, and I can cluster the flowers by... Oh, this is good, sitting right between these 3 clusters. I can cluster the flowers by intentionally placing these new verdure flowering trees close to the existing flowers. So like this one feels really good to me because it's 13 points, and the flowering trees, one's right there, which was already kind of a difficult spot to place in. This one is essentially on top of these flowers, and this one is very close to these and turned back away from this open arch here. So that's the kind of things that I'm thinking about every time you see me fiddling with these vergers. I think one of my favorite things about Islanders New Shores is that there is such a dense layer of like secondary skill or even tertiary skill where there are layers of decision that may not even be apparent from the outside that you can continuously learn more about and improve at to continue getting better at the game. Very satisfying. These have honestly been going pretty well, but I do think I'm kind of at the end of my rope here. I'll take that. But I mean, if you look at the distribution of flowering trees and flowers over this area, we have pretty solid coverage. Like sometimes you can find a good verger where you tank one -5, and that allows you to place it in kind of an important location, but I don't even think that exists here. Yeah, like I can get maybe 2 extra trees. Oh, that's 5 extra trees. That's like the perfect outcome, all things considered here. And now that I have one remaining verger, I think there's a good debate you could have if it should go down here, if it should go over here as fishing spots, if I should save it and place it for roughly 50 points once I have my statues down. I mean, that's certainly an option. Yeah, I guess if you just wanted to maximize fortune teller value, you can get a lot of points, a lot of buildings by doing dumb stuff like that. Like just build a giant pile of statues and then use every verger on it over and over and over and over and over. Bunch of 50-point buildings, bunch of building unlocks. Could be quite powerful. I think because I've already lumberjacked up this area, I mean, even as I say that, I see that maybe there is one corner spot remaining. It's kind of shisty, though. Yeah, okay, so this is something that I've also experienced where because detection occurs in a sphere, you can frequently place up the wall to avoid or to find extra detections. So in this case, there's like wild 15-point vergers, even though I am so close horizontally to multiple flowers because I have vertically evaded them. So I think I'll take one of those. And in the service of placing buildings that will not tag the statues, let's do lumber. I think the city center that I was considering out here is best placed. I mean, it would be best placed, maybe actually here. Yeah, hold on. That kills some trees, which isn't great. I was gonna say like here is best, but this is pretty close. As long as I don't mind taking out 3 trees. Woof. So this area, I'm considering placing a city center because I will also have a sauna here. And a city center and a sauna together makes for decent cliff housing. And a bunch of my cliff houses are going to be on these walls to increase the score of my temple, but not 40 of them. 40 is a lot. And because of how cliff houses come in a variety of shapes, I'm not going to put the big shapes over there in my good area. My good area only gets the smaller cliff houses. So this shape, for example, I need like a dump spot to put it that still generates score. So that's why I'm thinking about creating an opportunity over here for me to place my cliff houses to get a higher score, because more score means more buildings, means more chances to get the buildings that I actually care about. That was probably intuitive, but I figure I could explain it as well. For right now, though, let's just go into the lumberjacks. I'll worry about that city center a little later. Oh, I guess I do. I'm still undecided about if I would rather place in a little worse spot or place out here, which also does seem pretty good. Maybe I just do that to not even disturb the trees. I can't even find my buildings. Okay. Just looking for some kind of unobtrusive 20-ish point score. I don't want to take out trees like this. Frankly, it feels kind of ridiculous that I am, given how far away from them I am, but sometimes it be like that. Okay. I mean, you can't really argue with results, right? That's 43 points. I wonder what my odds of getting a third wisp in these are. Or I guess a fourth wisp if we count this one. Because if I think only 2 wisps can be reasonably satisfied wandering around in this area. That's what my intuition tells me. So maybe I should have a wisp over here to have moved between all of these, and then I'll find some way to get it into the cliff houses. They score parks, which I can also get a negative on one of my sawmills or something. So if I was like certain that I was going to get another wisp, I would wait to put 2 over here and I would leave 1 over here. I think I'm going to avoid choosing a wisp given the opportunity. So I think I'm going to assume I don't get another. Although I will be getting some boons with bargain lockup, that's for sure. You know, you can't really plan for everything. There is kind of a reasonable expectation of tapping out at some point. 21. Not bad. I really want to know how many masons I have, because figuring out where the masons fit is going to be a further complication. I might be bargaining a mason if I run out of plateau location, because 4 terraces is already probably as many as I want. Okay, what else am I guaranteed to place far away? I guess I could just go ahead and blossom this top reach. I might need 2 blossoms to get it all, but like, where else am I putting vergers? Maybe down the wall, so they place a few up top. Maybe I wait just in case on that. Yeah, I can wait. There's not much opportunity cost there. Now, I think I can just do these kind of anywhere. Like, I don't want to put them up here, because I think I will need all this space for hermitages and parks and whatnot. Although I haven't gotten a high amount so far, but also I want to not be too picky about my monument. I don't want to have to dedicate like a terrace to it or something, because my buildings are all mostly spoken for. They are mostly just going to the temple. Anything to boost the temple. speaking of monument. I think one brickyard over here seems totally reasonable. I mean, I can place the precious metal mine. It's just like, what am I really doing with that? I think seaweed can probably get me another full lap. I think I will end up blossoming this, but maybe I hold off one more round. Okay, so when it comes to harbor dock seaweed, we can talk about this interaction. I don't think I've really focused on it yet. So we have +3 for the seaweed farm and no interaction. And notice that these like fish. Meanwhile, we have a seaweed farm which dislikes fish and a seaweed field which loses points for both the dock and the harbor. So, if you can place your fields away from your dock and harbor, but have your seaweed farm clustered with them, so you can get the +3 on the harbor, and additionally, so you can benefit from, oh, there's +3 this direction too, so you can benefit from the lighthouse scoring all of them. You see the lighthouse gets 10 for the docks, 4 for, or I guess 10 for the harbor, 4 for the dock, 4 for the seaweed farm, 1 for the field. So you want to have all this clustered for lighthouse value, but avoiding these negatives on the seaweed field is important. So just something to keep in mind. Seaweed farms also, of course, dislike fish, so that can create a little awkwardness. I think I don't want to go too far this direction, but I think I will place, because I don't think I'm going to be able to fit as many fields up in there as I would like. But I do have the complexity of how dense this area is. This is actually just like not quite enough space for, I don't know, only 4 and 10. I'm kind of talking myself into utilizing this space. Because on one hand, my harbor could go here. On the other hand, this is already better. And like, yes, there will be a ton of statues over there before I have to place this, but I guess I can do this. That's kind of weird in a good way. Might get some statues like this. Trying to think about where exactly docks are going to be. Probably along here, though, which is not super helpful for the farm. Okay, I think I will not occupy this area yet. I think I'll leave it open for fishers and harbors and see what happens there. I think I will do one of these as long as I still have, okay. I think this might end up being good depending on where exactly my statues are. Now I'll try and do one at least of these just legitimately placed, and then all of the rest could be sustainable. But again, I probably do want to leave, I guess if I fill this area with fields, it's not going to be left anyway. Okay, alternate plan. This whole area is sacrificed to the docks and harbors, and this whole area becomes the field. I think that's a good pivot. Go like that, and then we're just gonna tank some minuses here, I guess. Alternately, I could sustainable both of these. That doesn't seem too bad. I mean, I've got 7 sustainables and 8 neighborlies. So I suppose let's use them. Now I need one like here on the corner, but But I think it's still worth a sustainable, so this one can be pointed out into the sea. Not have to like tuck it away to avoid getting all of these fishing spots. So I guess I could just do it here with no sustainable. But I think that's enough worse that it is worth a sustainable. Just one. Yeah, that feels good. And I can do silly things like this. I mean, I just have to take the quad, right? How many quads are you ever gonna see? Gotta score them. And not a lot more. I am gonna kill this fish spot at some point, but maybe I try and hold off on that if I am able. Will I be able to get... I'm wondering if 2 of the small shape of field would work for getting double quads. So one of these could be here, and then one could be... Nah, these don't work. Dang. Okay, I mean, add 1 terrace is pretty good. I'm tempted to just take it. Yeah, that seems better than re-rolling. Like, I can re-roll worse future options. And yeah, it already popped the terrace. That's why I got the bonus points. Again, I immediately start to wonder if I should have been wisping through all of this on the premise of pulling it out of my lighthouse. How do I score the lighthouse? Because once it's in, like, maybe I could have moved Wisp through the farms. And obviously at this point it's moot, but I figure it's worth considering, just so if I end up in this situation in the future, I can be more thoughtful differently. So I could have moved Wisp through these, because they were all kind of penalizing each other, then into the fields. Then after it goes through a bunch of fields, how do I get it back out? Is the dock and harbor don't care about the fields. Very little cares about seaweed fields. I know the lighthouse does. And fishers do, I guess. So I would have caught it in a fisher and then from fisher into city center. Yeah, that is easy enough to do fully realistic. I should have just been wisping this whole time. That is tricky. Okay, so that's, 30 points, give or take, wasted. I wish that would wiggle in a little further. It looks like it really wants to, but not quite. I'm nervous to jump Wisp this far in, but yeah, I knew this was going to be the next shape, so I guess I could have known. The retrieval into 40. Yeah, and then I don't think any shape here is going to reach. But still, it's a 32. This is kind of wild. Just the score values that I'm seeing for all these buildings. Let's do 15 into 25. Utilize what space I have here more thoughtfully. Okay, wall platform is now in the pool. A couple more easy placements. Yep. Time to take some out. Oh, dang. You know, I always focus so much on placing the seaweed farms so they don't tag these -2s, but if this one was turned forward, knowing that I was going to sustainable these two, I'd be able to reach way more fields to touch the bucket, because if you'll see from the one that I'm detecting now, the little hanging basket is detectable. So if this basket was turned in a better direction, these farms would be touching it, which would be 8 points, versus -2 from tagging this. So I think I need to be more thoughtful about that. Something that just occurred to me. Okay, and then at some point, where are my fishers? I can do one of these to gather the wisp, and then into a city center. Yeah, I suppose so. Okay. Well, now that I've decided where my harbor is going to be, it's not going to tag the statues. Maybe in the late game I'll do like a harbor here or something, but first harbor is just going here. And that's +5 versus +4. So the fisher goes first. It's such a low point value. And I wonder if I should just go ahead and pull Wisp back. I think I should. I think I should not worry about moving Wisp through these like 5 extra buildings I might place or whatever. Although that does it does beggar the question, is it more points? I think it is. To gather Wisp here, score Wisp into my dock structures, and then score the dock structures with another fisher back here and pull Wisp back. I think it just clearly does. Like, I was kind of trying to take the easier weasel play out of it, but that is not what I should be doing. $54, and see, the point I was making earlier, I'm not going to be placing more seaweed fields over here because they're expanding along this wall. So these fields were placed prior to this, so they didn't lose the points. So that's kind of the order of operations I was talking about initially with how to cluster these buildings. Obviously, order of operations on this island is a little bizarre to talk about because I have such an unusual distribution of buildings and building timings based on the sealed boon ridiculousness. So that's pretty good. Yeah, may as well. It's a little spicy. I'll need to double check if it cuts off Fisher. No? Okay. And looks like Fisher might be able to detect one more building. I need to make sure not to move the Wisp too far out for it to be returnable. So in service of that, I could use my water platform right here or something. I don't think I want to do that. I think I would prefer... We'll do that and then double check. Wisp. Okay, I can get Wisp. Yep. Then next try. Still do not understand which parts of these buildings are solid. What? There's a gap? Like the actual gap in the actual sprite appears to be... Oh, no, is it just... Okay, just the end's not solid. Okay. that's totally different. That makes sense. But then why doesn't it fit here? Maybe because the bucket or the basket over it is blocking it? Okay, and then check. Still getting it. Still getting it. Cool. And then this is the short one. And see, this shape does fit here. Ugh. Okay, I'm figuring these out. There is a trick to them for sure, and I did not understand it when I did my prior high score run, so that's another opportunity for some score increasing. Okay, smart Wisp play through here. Look at how many extra points we scored once we thought about using Wisp, and I'm going to easily be able to capture this into a city center. So yeah, hopefully that can be a good little takeaway lesson about how you can transfer Wisp through some of your agricultural structures, and it maybe is worth using Wisp early and being thoughtful about it in that way. I tend to be enough of a Wisp hater just for the cognitive complexity that I wait and just plop it into a mansion or a house or whatever. But I think both of these Wisps were slightly misplayed, partly just because I forgot, there's a lot to think about, but also partly because my intuition was incorrect. Good thing to check ourselves on. Speaking of intuition, a little while ago I said we're probably just going to be blossoming these, and I think we are at that point. I think I want to hit this blossom, and then there's like a second one right here that gets almost everybody. There's just a few out here that it's going to miss. Okay. So now any bargains that we do will only hit Boons. Now, how to continue making score loops without spending any building that cares at all about statues, city centers, plateaus. And I could place some cliff house. I could just do all my parks, which currently is only 4, but maybe that would be enough. Or certainly it would be enough if I throw in something weird, just some little 10-point maker. Probably cliff house. Yeah. Okay, let me ponder this. I'm going to step away for a little bit, make sure that I don't make a mistake. I know that I'm playing this one extra slow, but part of that consideration is that it took me a long time to build this file, and so I want to make sure that I don't bungle it here at the end. Be right back. Pondering complete. I am down to continue play. I think I will be placing parks. Now, I don't imagine any more vergers going up here, but I could maybe do one on this wall and get like maybe 3, potentially 4 trees up here. So I think I'm going to start with just parks over here, and although I currently only have 1 hermitage, there could very easily be many more in the future, so I think I'm going to leave like a channel kind of down the middle, and hope that that gives me the highest scores whenever I do place these, and also like monuments. But for right now, let's see what kind of park scores we can get. As always, I'm trying to place these in such a way that I do not destroy existing trees while still score maximizing. When I say trees, trees and flowers. See, these are pretty compelling. Let me actually start with that 31, because that one was very particular, so I don't want that one jumping. Versus that worked okay. Well, I mean, neither of these are great. I'm still disinclined to use my rerolls yet, though. I mean, Blossom's worth very little, but I think the Cliff Houses, if nothing else, is going to be worth a lot on End of Island score. And it gives me 4 more shots to potentially get the tiniest Cliff Houses to line the cliffs here, so it potentially will improve my mansion score. I'm sorry, my temple score. misspoke. Okay, so as predicted, I'm slightly short and will need something else to buff up my points. Tempted to just blossom this area. It's going to happen at some point, and it gives me about 42 points now. Yeah, I mean, this is, only because I have 3 blossoms is this really the play that I would consider. Normally you would just blossom these, but again, I might do 1 more verdure up there, and I really want to enable that as much as possible. Now we have just a cool 45-point field. Love to see it. Again, my sand on this island is atrocious. I am going to be quite curious to see how... this was poor planning. I should have placed these a little bit differently to fit 1 more back here. Anyway, I'm going to be curious to see how high of a score I actually get from doing an island in this way. Because I'm kind of like... Again, I'm not truly maximizing my score on the island. I'm prioritizing the temple above that goal. But I will be getting a lot of points out of this island. So I'm curious if I'm on to something in terms of a better, like, overall run scoring strategy. Like, maybe the highest scoring way to do a high score run is just to, spend about 30 sealed boons on islands 18 and 19, and then just, play the rest to full effort, but never opening a sealed boon. I don't know. We really only have one way of finding out. To double check my massive building bar to make sure there isn't more lumber hiding in here. I don't think there is. How much I wish I could place this back in there, but I think... I mean, maybe I just take out 3 trees. I almost made a Joe Abercrombie spoiler, if anyone's read the Blade Itself series, but I'm not going to talk about what takes out 3 trees, but almost did. I guess we can just place out here, and we're going to get a lot of tagging on that. I mean, yeah, this seems fine. Okay, and I can't, unfortunately, give the cliff houses a shaman. I guess I could place lighthouse. Lighthouse might detect statues, though, because it has such a large reach. So if, for example, I was going to lighthouse up here, I would also want all my statues to be down. I wonder if I'm going to kind of accidentally set a bunch of building high score records with this run. Because, like, I'm pretty sure no one's passed that fortune teller. Even though, I've been thinking about it. It's been like a couple days since I played previously, so I've been thinking about other ways to boost that score. And I think if you did a full game run, kind of like this one, just trying to score max fortune teller in the last island, can you imagine how powerful it would be to duplicate and bargain the fortune teller? So you have like 12 of them or something, and every one that I mean, probably more realistically 10, but every one you place is going to unlock like 3 new score loops, so it's going to go up in value. And then there's some buildings that it would actually prefer to detect rather than have them still be in your bar. So I think I could probably get maybe 1,500 points out of a fortune teller. Like, I think you could get a lot of score by doing this same ridiculous strategy. But I could be off base there, who knows? It's not something that I think has been experimented with. So I'm pondering, and I think brickyard is a good thing to place, because I'm not actually going to want brickyards around here. Temples dislike them, as a reminder. Feel free to pause and examine this if you want to be totally refreshed on temple scoring standards, but... So I think in lieu of that, I would normally save these to try and maybe boost my masons or to score off of my masons, but I think I can do 1 over here, no problem. 1 more over here. I am also out of good sand at this point. Anything I place on the sand is going to touch the other sawmills, so that's unfortunate. Okay. Can I make it all the way to that boon without needing statue assist? It's getting more challenging. Every go-round is getting increasingly difficult to justify. I've got some points here, but not 180. Dang, I think my extremely low park yield, which in fairness I took parks very late. I'm not saying that I'm actually below average on them, just that I, literally haven't had very many. I think that might have impacted me. Okay, so I have been pondering how to work in this space. Specifically, in what sequence do I want to place statues and plateaus? And as a reminder, I have 2 additional statues. I have this one and then this one, but I have to use them after I've placed these, because I need the statue that I spawn from the boon to appear on the right so I can duplicate it, versus right now it would be as buried as possible, the worst possible statue placement. So I need to think about sequencing of placing terraces, placing plateaus, placing masons, statues, to make all of these things. I'm not even really concerned about how well they score off each other. Like, that is a concern. I do want to do that right, but it's not a hill that I'm going to fight on compared to guaranteeing that I actually get to utilize a ideal temple placement. So I've reopened up my picture while I was just talking there to see what I was doing yesterday, or not yesterday, a couple days ago. The placement that I found that I thought was like perfect appears to have been just about here. And I think I liked this because I thought it was a wall platform in from either side. So this side it's clearly not far enough, and this side looks pretty darn close. Okay. So I actually need to send this further in, which makes sense. So it needs to be, oh, but then I'm gaining height. Yeah, that's a difficult situation. So I don't want to gain height. So I can probably only go to about there. And in that case, this wall platform looks quite matched to it. This one, I bet I could get a placement where they are horizontally clipped through. I don't want to shrink wall platforms, but it is theoretically an option. I want to create one big flat, like, alternate ground, essentially. I mean, okay, this one can't be a terrace. It's not going to go low enough. Good to know. So I think the issue is I can't really go in any further without starting to gain height. So do the best I can, but I think it's like right there, maybe? And notice that I've advanced it just a tiny bit closer to this wall so that these will line up perfectly, I hope. Looks pretty good for my money. And over here, I can do this, which I guess I should do first, actually, before I do this. But this one might just need to be a little off. It's disappointing. I would think I would be able to clip it so that their tops are at exactly the same height, but it does not seem to want that. I don't know if that's... I think it is the building, not the terrain on the wall here. I gesticulate with my mouse. So I need to move it in quite a bit further, like a whole border. Which just does not seem possible. So, if that's not possible, am I actually thinking about shrinking wall platforms? Now, I currently have 15 shrinks. I expect to use every single one of them, mostly on buildings that I want to place closer to the temple. But what if I place this like there? And then I gotta be really careful not to do something I can't undo as I experiment with all this. Okay, so that's still miles short of where it needs to be. Funny. Like, it looks okay from this angle, but as I turn it, you can see that I've created that illusion by shifting it down from the correct height. Yeah, like, I can't place this to actually pan the camera and check, but I think I'm still short. Oh, this is still a shrink, so gotta delete that, and then more like here? I know some of you have said that you like seeing this kind of very methodical, very slow, well-considered play, so I hope you are having a great time. Okay, now it's too far over. It's good to know. So I actually want it to be right after that little slope up begins. So right here? Perhaps. Let us check. A little too far. Okay. This is very precise, isn't it? So it's actually like here. I'll get this right one of these times. Just need to get it right once, and then I'll delete it, and then I'll come back to it in a long time and not remember how to do it. Okay, that looks like it's actually lined up. Trying to... It is really difficult to tell at these angles when something is lined up. I think that's correct, though. Like, that looks so close. I think it's good. It's really hard to tell because there are some angles where it does look like there's a significant gap, but maybe that's the case over here too. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. I feel like this one, at least, I can look at it like straight on and then come over here and see that that looks like just a continuation of the same shape approximately. I mean, how many times do I want to move this a millimeter to try and get a little bit better? Probably quite a few, right? All right. A range increase temple. Oh, I now have 2 temples. Did not see when that happened. So range increase temple, more or less like here or something. So I want to get a lot of wall coverage. I can't quite see the top of the bubble until it's impacting the wall. So yeah, I want to be able to go at least like here. And probably here? After much academic research and thought, I think I'm going to leave this. That then gets into many more equally difficult questions. So, question number 1, where are the masons going? So let's grab that increase area temple again. Looks like if I end up here, masons along the top of that left wall, like right about here, would be within reach. I could also go low. I could go along this section here. Just keep in mind that wherever I do these, they can't interfere with the plateaus that I'm going to place. And the plateaus that I'm going to place can't interfere. Oh, that's good. Glad you can clip like that. Can't interfere with the statues or vice versa. So, question number 1, is there any way to fit a mason in here? There is not. Okay, so that's a safe place for statues. For a statue, I can fit one statue, I think, down in here. Maybe if I shrink them, I could fit 2, but that feels like maybe not an optimal use of shrink. This is just an unfortunate quirk of how this island is shaped, terrain-wise. I am somewhat tempted to just, like, line the floor right here in statues and just kind of accept that that is blocking a plateau, because I don't think, like, when you look at the height of this statue, I really don't think I have enough clearance to have a plateau and then a wall platform on top of it. Like, I feel like it's already brushing up against the bottom of this terrace. So I probably don't have the headroom to successfully place these on a plateau. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. So I can go up here where a plateau could not go. If I go too far this way, I'm going to block this, which might already be blocked, or maybe I can do a shrunken one right there. But yeah, like, none of this is placeable. What if I shrink it? I mean, here, that's kind of cute. That one might be placeable, not shrunk, though. Yeah. Maybe even 2 if I shrink them and clip them over. Okay, so I think along here is a safe place to put. Well, no, because I do want to allow this still. Especially if I've managed to move off of this platform a little bit. Then there's a lot of potential for placing like this. So maybe before I do statues, maybe I sacrifice a little bit of score and place these wall platforms and, like, get an idea of where my temple is finally going. So I, like, finally have my image of how big of a space I can detect. Further and further complications the more that I think about this. So the reason that I'm not just slapping down the wall platforms now is that they get 2 points from every statue. So that's 26 points per wall platform. I don't think that is enough to justify my behavior. I think I need to just place these. And as soon as I place one, I can't undo this anymore. So it's I gotta be pretty darn sure. I think I am, though. I think what I saw was lined up. Oh, this is killing me if I get this wrong. Okay, I start with this one. We already sussed that out. I guess I can actually... Wait a minute. Was I previously placing it, like, here because I just had a very different location versus now I can go here? Oh, this is a big click. Oh, I think it's right, but I'm so nervous. I think I need to commit. Okay, so that's a little too high. I can just see that. I am going to double check, but yeah. All right, and now I can't retract the terrace, so it is what it is. Okay, that looks pretty close. Yeah, so these buildings flow across that gap without any hesitation or pause. Then I was also going to place one in here. Please. Please. That looks a little low, but I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, okay, it works. Cool. Do I want to try and square that up better? I guess even small buildings don't seem to have trouble gliding over this area. And, oh, okay, that is really good to know. I probably should have checked that after the first one, but now we know. Okay, that does minorly change things. I mean, it probably just means this area over here is just going to be statue central. Statue Nation, how we feeling? I am now nervous about finding statue placement, so I might want to shrink 2 statues down in here. And that space that is not better spent on, like, anything else. I mean, this is fine, but having the statues centrally is so important. Okay, do I want to try and correct this at all, or do I think it's good enough? It kind of feels good enough. And just the fact that even small buildings can just, like, easily glide over all of this. All right. Because once I start placing statues, I kind of can't stop, because they're going to nuke me so far into the negatives that I'm going to need a level up to get out. That's my technology, spoilers. So I need to have everything else down before I start doing statues. But I think this is enough. I guess let's do one more, at least, wall platform here, trying to round out this platform. That doesn't look very flat. And it is kind of flat, but not as close as I would like it. This is so cursed. This is the most cursed things I have yet done in New Shores. Okay, I mean, that's not... it's not really lined up from, like, any angle you look at it, but I bet it'll work. Yeah. Ta-da! Okay, so I've created a whole second story here, so I can place my temple exactly ideally. Getting as much wall access as possible. So yeah, I could just plop this down right here, and that's a lot of points. It does kind of reveal that I'm not going to be reaching this back wall, so let's keep that in mind. But I am getting a lot of detection over these cliffs right here. So maybe I proceed there next. Maybe it's time for some plateau action. And then we get into the actual complication of building down here. Like, how the heck am I gonna place buildings, like, back in this little slot or something? So yeah, maybe I need to actually leave this space open for now. I mean, I know that it will, fit, but probably should start building at the bottom and then work our way up. So no statues are going underneath there because they can't be placed underneath these. All right, let's do the statues. Let's get them down. There's truly legendary levels of not placing buildings per time in video. Okay, I really hope that one shrink can let me place 2 statues. That would be ideal. Yeah, okay, cool. And just to double check, of course, that's 40 points as expected. Now we begin the minusing, begin the huge descent into negatives. Okay. Now, I think even shrunk, I can't build out on this ledge. So I think this ledge can be Statuopolis. I mean, I guess a terrace could probably overlap pretty well here. Yeah, I mean, do I do a terrace and then put the statues on top of the terrace? That seems good. I guess I am giving up the buildable ground underneath this unless I place it high or far out, but I guess I can do a plateau here, which will probably get detected. I know. So I was considering like here, but let's say that I end up here. Yeah, it's a couple plateaus. So let's maybe terrace like in this back corner, but nowhere else. And just try not to overlap them or anything. I'd like to go a little further out, but it's not working with me. This is also a space that I could easily wall platform into, but there's a realistic limit on how many wall platforms I will have, in spite of my best efforts. Yeah, let's do that, and then, I mean, I gotta get these statues down somewhere. This is minus 162. 220. 280. More or less. Oh. The audio is like clipping out for me. This is unintended. Well, don't worry, only 5 more. So, I don't want to block wall access, but I do think I want a little row of statues across here. I guess I can probably shrink them and place them under. Again, like every shrink that I use means 1 fewer other good to shrink building. I know, very convincing argument for me with my caveman speech, but I guess I could also put these on. Yeah, I think fitting some more of them on this terrace is probably wise, because I am going to get out of here, shrink. I am going to place something like this, I'm sure. But that's not in very far, and I think I am pretty set on the temple being more like here. I don't love sort of immediately restricting my temple space, but maybe if this is just a test. This one is just experimental. I want to see what I can do with a wall platform while that's there. Okay, almost nothing. So I would need to place them in a fair deal more. So let's say like here. And then that I can place behind. I could even maybe go a bit further out. Now let me see if I can get this wall platform in any way. Seems like no, so let's roll that back to here perhaps. Okay, so I could do a line of statues right here and then do like a wall underneath or something. But of course the downside is that this statue significantly impacts where I can place my temple. Now I might still want to do a temple here. Remember, I'm trying to waste as little of my detection bubble as I can inside of the stone. Like I want it to just kiss the stone as much as possible. This, like the wall on the right is what I'm looking at here. So I don't want to lose a ton of that reach just into the rock because there's no buildings there. But this looks okay, honestly. Like maybe it'll be here, but I think this gives me the range of wall contact that I had in mind. I have almost negative 2,000 points, let me just put out. I have rolled back almost all of my progress on the island. Whew. I wonder if there's a cap on how many points level up can give you. That would have probably been good to check before I got here. Nope. Cool. Love to see it. This is a big commit, but I think we're going to do it. I'm going to believe in the heart of the cards. That does seem to be very slightly closer to the wall, so let me confirm that I didn't exactly thread that needle. Wow. If this is actually unplaceable, me double checking that is so important. Like, that would have been crushing to get wrong. Okay, those seem to be in the exact same line. And sure enough, it is placeable. Wow. You know, it really is the little things. Yeah, I mean, this sure is a thing. Now I think it's time to make my last two statues. I don't have any statues currently in my bar. I'm not getting any new buildings anytime soon. So I will add statue and then duplicate it. Cool. Now my final two, I'm tempted to shrink them and place them like along here if I can. That would be pretty cool. Not quite. Okay, well... might have to take a screenshot when I'm placing the last one, just to confuse people in the Discord further. This sort of placement feels really good. Like I'm going to place plateaus underneath all of this in just a minute, but I wish I could find just like a slightly more clever squirreled away spot that still works. And I could just place them up here or something. I kind of think it's... I'm trying not to have like functional fixedness, essentially, where I'm trying not to look at the statue and just see it as something that's placed on the ground. Like if I wanted to do it in some weird spot, I could. I just don't necessarily know if that's any better. Because like I do want a lot of stuff to detect these, and there's going to be a lot of stuff on the wall platforms overhead. I wish it could go here. The fact that it can't is awful, but at least this went too deep. That is like a big, big difference maker, kind of subtly. All right, let me go... Okay, not exactly the buttons I meant to trigger, but let's go here. Flush in that corner as well as I can. And then let's take a horrifying picture. $711. No, let me wait for the score to finish trickling in so I can have a picture without the score flying by. I guess I can do this. Yeah. Good enough. Now this is also going to be shrunk, and it's just I'm gonna try and put it right there, basically. Like just underneath this lip. Oh, the shrink got canceled. Shrink. Tower. Pardon, statue here. Whew. All right, and we are already looking at about 500 points for the temple. Have not placed a single house, a single mansion. Haven't placed a lot of stuff. Just for curiosity's sake. Yeah. Already can't quite reach the furthest away one. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think the temple's limited range just makes it a very poor candidate for score multiplier. It still, clearly does well, but... And then I can get an absolutely deranged screenshot of this as well. We have almost fully reset the island. Actually, I think we're going to get there. That's a deeply cursed image. Hold on. Yep. All right, and now we just play on. Now we have a fourth. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to crack a level up. The best level up in history. I guess... Are there other buildings that I'm going to place that are going to end up negative? I mean, I feel like with this many statues around, even like, a bunch of masons penalizing each other, it's still going to be pretty good. Wild. Wild stuff. Ugh, this little rock spit here is going to single-handedly cost me probably 100 points. Also, I did see that placement. I wonder if it was this far down or if it was... Nope, right there. Okay, well, that'll probably get placed at some point. Not yet, though. For right now, we're going to do an absolutely absurd level up. Now I'm debating if I want to let this trickle in, because it's very satisfying. It's going to take a long time. Or if I would rather just immediately place a building, which I think will force it to jump to current. Because, like, the level up knows what my score is. This is just an animation. I think if I just, like, clicked this down, it would fully complete. You know what? I'll leave it. I'll let it run. Oh, there we go. We're filling in. All right. Easiest 6 buildings of my life. What a monster we have already created. Wow. Even all those statues can't salvage this spot. Surely with a sustainable, though. All right, got some more buildings. Let's... Okay, I can probably get one more boon before I bargain lock myself out of playing the game. I want to get those plateaus down soon, but I can almost certainly get... I guess I can just do the early boon trick. I don't want to get my final boon because that'll start reducing my building draws. That is a big deal, but I can get the next boon just with a high scoring building, no problem. And just to be thematic, let's do it with a temple. We're just going to get this boon and then cancel, and then we're going to start placing and bargaining plateaus, because I have so far done an awful job unlocking plateaus. Okay, so this is my last chance to have any control over this, so I think now is when I reroll. No, this doesn't do anything. I was trying to think if there was some clever way I could. I mean, I guess I could... Is there a clever way to do this and maybe get one more statue? I mean, I just need to earn this many points. And if I'm within my last score loop before I get that, I'm only going to lose maximum 1 building. And then make this my final boon. Okay, well, what other buildings do I feel good about placing pre-plateau? I can place the pyres no problem. Well, I would need one to do city center, which I'd want to do plateau. No, actually, city centers first. Okay, I can do city centers. I can do wall platforms. Terraces, I think, are neutral either direction. Yeah, and I probably want to do the plateaus first because they're a little better for this circumstance. I can do the fissures and the dock. I guess I don't need to pick the boon yet. It's not currently impacting anything, so I guess I'll just try and play on. So we have a 54. That is my peak score. That makes sense. And I'll do my terrible sand over here. What's my least terrible option? Maybe 4? I mean, at this point, I'm like, should I even take away space from my hops farms? But I think 1 is probably fine. And then these points are relatively unlocked, relatively free. I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to get far enough away from that farm. Wonder, can I go over here? No. Like, nah, there's nothing here. There's no way to double up without them harming each other. So, in that case, let's leave a bunch of space for fields. And I do care a little bit about sand. Okay, whatever. We'll go here, leave a little sand. Although that might actually be negative already. But at least we have the option, right? Now I don't want to grab Wisp with this. As much fun as 65 points or whatever looks. Random 20 or a 35 that does grab Wisp. I mean, I guess to that merit, I should have placed this first anyway, and then I should just grab Wisp in and out. So we'll do 35. Yeah, that seems fine. I have another Fisher. A couple Parks is good. Then sustainable here for 61 is an okay score. And that'll pull the Wisp back. And now we can place these Parks. Very particular way to not kill any trees or anything, but it is paying out. I mean, look at these scores. The scores don't lie. Almost 40-point park placement. Yeah, a little bit messy in terms of space utilization, but I think I'm okay with that. I've gotten so few parks, and I'm almost done with my 6 building draws anyway. I don't think there's any reason to leave the tree. Also kind of strange, I haven't gotten 1 more mill in all this time. Honestly, the 66 that doesn't grab the Wisp is kind of incredible. Like, that is a good placement. Only kills 1 fishing spot. It's going to make my future seaweed fields not great, but for 66 points, I think I am willing to do that. And it got both of these fishers, but not this third one, which just feels excellent. Yeah, okay, so I'm just not doing more seaweed fields over here. That's fine. I can start a new farm somewhere. I'd already kind of exhausted the reach of these farms. This one could have wrapped around a little, but then I'm just scoring singles, which is not my preference. What next? I mean, yeah, I was hoping that it would fit around that little corner there. Again, I don't want to fill this space until I've actually placed the plateaus. I guess I can place the first two, because then I can bargain them later. I don't need to bargain them now. Sadly, can't bargain the statues, just double checking. Okay. Yeah, I can lay two of these. If I am doing that, I want to do masons first, but where do I want to do masons? Do I like that mason placement? So, downsides, it is going to block plateaus, because otherwise I could do... Oh, maybe I can't? Like, maybe this area is now too... Yeah, I think those statues kind of hilariously block plateau. I did not expect... I expected this to be clippable. I guess because this slope is so gentle. So that's unfortunate. Probably a mistake. Knowing that, I'm definitely going to want one here, and then I think a full-size one can just clip in right here, and I'll be fine with that. I guess I should probably place it... I shouldn't place it further in than it has to be, but I definitely want to make sure it gets tagged. So let's... Well, okay, masons first. Kind of got ahead of myself. There is a lot going on this island. I could just place them like here, just kind of try and line the wall. I could place them over here where they will almost certainly get tagged, and it's not... I mean, I guess I can go off this wall, though, to do multi-layer. I think I do want to do that. So in that case, I can't do masons here, or here, or here. I think they go right here. I think they block the spot that is already blocked by these statues. Because I don't totally know where to put these little guys. Let's try this one. Okay, that's doesn't impair me at all. And because now we can double check this. Yep, that is detection. Okay. Then I was pretty sure that nothing else here fit, right? Because I could shrink them, but... Oh! Alright, I mean... Yeah. Seems good. And then maybe there was some consideration for a shrunken plateau going here, which I need to be aware of. Did I already take it away with that mason placement? No, this still works. I don't even know if this is detectable, though. So let me double check. Gonna be a lot of this. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, easily detectable, and buildings on it will be. So, you know what? I'm just gonna take the... No, I can't take that much of a lower score. Talked myself out of it instantly. I mean, I'm just not gonna get very many of these down here, am I? Presumably I'll do 2. That first one just has like no chance of blocking me. Okay, and do I think I could fit a third? Or do I think I've maxed out the goodwill of that area? Only one way to find out. But let's do things right, one step at a time. Okay, so there's my final boon. I think I will unlock it within this building chain. Like before I get 200 points, I think I will have finished it. So let's just do it naturally. Oh, and this might seem silly, but okay, just confirming that I can place over top of that little smoke stream, because if not, I would need to rapidly pivot my plans. Because like this one, you see, is now up above the level. Versus like that, okay. No placement impairment. And from what I was previously checking, a shrunken plateau fits here fine. I guess let's try doing one more as low as I can, and then try and get a shrunken plateau. Because there is going to be this going on. I just can't do it yet, obviously. Shrink. Plateau. I mean, even just visually, this is clearly not gonna work. Okay. But this one was also blocking me. Wherever I found this little corner. I don't think it's good. I'll check, but... No. Okay. So, where do I put 2 more masons for minimal impact? Maybe I can just line them up here, and maybe I've been a fool to not be placing them here the whole time. I mean, yes, they're gonna hurt my green stuff, but that does not matter at all compared to my temple. Just because of the particular challenge I'm doing. In general, it matters, but... Alright, so if I wanted this to be like here, it does not detect. I would have to advance a whole wall's length. Which means that I'm losing a wall's length of reach on the backside. In return for getting really good mason placements. No, turn off that increase range. Okay. So this is bad. Ooh, that's pretty darn good. Okay. Yeah, I think one down here just totally makes sense. Yup. Just kind of a wild... like every now and then I try and take a half step back and just look at what I've done here, and I'm just like, yup, this is a situation that I have engineered and put myself in that I now have to figure out. I mean, that looks pretty good. I need to double check it immediately, but... So if we do that, and then we come over here and we say shrink, wall platform. Now I already can't place it where it was previously. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine. That seems like it's lined up to me. Again, kind of difficult to check, but this does appear to be below the line of the lip there. I can place a building on top of it. Yeah. I'm going to assume that works. And in that case, I'm so close to getting my final boon. So just a park. At most 2. Alright. So now I think I take reroll and then try and reroll into exactly statue. Wall platform's not bad. Hey! Okay, so that's going to need to be another level up at some point. That's really funny. Okay. So now, do I just bargain? I place a plateau and just go to Bargain Town? I mean, I guess I can still think about like actual play fundamentals, and because I want to unlock as many buildings as possible. And in that sense, I could totally get more masons before I need to place a plateau. So I guess I'll just actually have good fundamentals, still good building sequencing. And place this. I think that's killing a tree, yeah. But the 35 doesn't appear to be. I mean, it's probably going to jump here and kill a tree, but let's at least double check. Yeah. Okay, can't kill a tree, so... Lots of 34s and similar. I think I'm just willing to take lower scores on the assumption that I'm going to mostly fill this area anyway, but that could be incorrect. Like, maybe it is better play to score max every one of these in order to get more material for the temple earlier. Four points. Could just be one of these. I think it'll be better wherever my jewelers end up. I mean, these brickyards are all terrible anyway. May as well lean in a bit. No mason. So where is this guy going, is my question. Could just be somewhere random. I don't want to block wall platforms being on higher ledges, though. That's actually, now that I think about that, that might be in itself a condemnation of this entire strat. Because, like, the wall platform over here is going to have a lot of airspace if it's even placed. Yeah, it's going to need to be placed, like, here to allow that temple. Meanwhile, I could have placed an entire extra wall plateau in the middle. Maybe I can shrink it, though. Maybe that's the play. A bunch of shrunken wall platforms sticking out here. That's probably not bad, actually. I mean, it sounds bad, but it probably isn't. Speaking of shrink, I think it's just down in here. I've been pondering this final statue. I'm trying to think of anything else I'm placing is going to get big minuses on each other. The terraces will. Do I want to get 210 points from other stuff? Or do I need to start citying? I guess the shamans will minus each other too. Just place a whole row of shamans along here. Clearly their scores are still going to be positive, though. Lots to consider that I've never thought about before, because why on earth would I have been in this situation before? Probably going to be a terrace up here for what it's worth. So maybe I want to go ahead and place that. Because I can do multiple mountain shrines up here, and I think I'm not going to need every terrace I have around the temple. I think I've just kind of functionally exhausted, like, This isn't actually good because I could instead do another wall platform over maybe a terrace here. I guess I won't commit it yet. I talked myself out of it. I wish I could just go ahead and do all the wall platforms, which would require doing the plateaus and the buildings on the plateaus. I mean, maybe I just do it. Maybe I don't worry as much about 8 extra points from a mason. It runs so antithetical to my typical play patterns, but I think... Alright, so number 1, let's try and get a plateau in here. And it can be shrunken if needed, because it's going to need to be like here. And it can't go very far into the wall, clearly, so may as well just take it in as far as I can, get it all level. Let's look at that. So that could be shrunken, for sure. Would it create meaningful placement opportunities anywhere else were it to be shrunken? Would I be able to place 2 here side by side? Maybe. Let's at least check. Now is not the time to start being cavalier with placements and whatnot. Because now that looks like maybe another shrunken plateau would fit in there. Yeah, okay. Maybe even a non-shrunk plateau, which would be cool. Okay, weird that was placed. Yeah, weird. Why is this placeable? How is this legal? I am completely up off the ground here. Bizarre, bizarre. All right, so we're gonna shrink this plateau. Can I? Surely I can't clip one like all the way this direction. Okay, so I should probably place it. Oh man, there's so much to think about in this dang game. Should probably place it like here. But I do want to place it at the same height as that previous one so that maybe I can clip buildings over both of them in the way that you sometimes can. Yeah, like that. Then I get to fit the world's weirdest city center right here, I suppose, which should have been before those plateaus, but oh my god, I have so many things to think about. Okay. Undo that. I can just place this. I mean, it's 100 points. Conversely, there does seem to be a little bit of a corner here. Not enough room. Okay. So the downside of this is that I really don't want to block whatever black magic plateau I was able to place here. Yeah, so it might be possible actually. Okay, what am I waiting on to do this city center? Nothing. Just guts and glory. Okay. 100-point city center. Feeling good about that. Now this is still placeable, which also of course means that the shrunken one is going to be super placeable, but let's place it to confirm and then raise this to the same height somehow, whatever edge I need to press into to raise it up. Maybe there? It looks pretty close to me. And yep, buildings do fit across them. At least kinda. So Like I'm intersecting something. The first one that I placed is definitely a little higher up, so I can fix this. Oh, I got a boon, of course. And I still have 3 rerolls. Huh, I've already placed the statue, right? I have not, so yeah, those would be easy to get through. If I can reroll into a duplicate, that is really big. These are also both pretty good, though. So I'm actually going to take wall platform and then try and get this next boon before I start bargaining. I think that is the most winningest play. I'm just going to need a lot of wall platforms, so getting extra ones from places like this does seem valuable. Okay, we want to come over here and then raise this a little bit. Probably should again back up against that wall. Let me see if I can... No, there's not enough space to build down. Might end up doing some of this before this is over. We'll see. Yeah, I think I want to place that a little deeper in. I know I'm really obsessing over every placement here, but keep in mind this is the culmination of many, many hours of building up these boons and thinking about this strategy, and so I am going to do my darndest to like actually optimize this island. So one consideration would just be burying it like this. Just going maximum placement depth. Trying to get an extra one, or at least extra buildings or something in right here. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this does look good. I'm detecting them both. This is just the start, obviously, of my cursed plateau empire. Finally get a 3rd plateau. And now it's unplaceable. Now that I've committed and unlocked new buildings and everything. I guess it's weird because I could place it previously. I could place it without a plateau there. So I must have placed this plateau too high in a way that blocks this one. So see, if I'd had a 3rd plateau, I could have actually checked that. But unfortunately, because of my bad luck, I was not able to confirm. And I can do something like this, which is fine, inoffensive, but also not remarkable. There's also, of course, this one that we were still pondering, but I'm not as concerned about that area. This area, I'm trying to build over here because this is the area that I'm losing the most visibility on. Like, very quickly, I'm running out of what I can see over here. Let's... I mean, do I even need to shrink it at this point? No. Cool. So hit that 56, which is right up against the edge. And then should be able to place a couple of mansions down here, I would think, if they're the small shape. So now I got to get small shape mansions. Does that mean I just place this? Like, just place the big shape mansion? I mean, Or do I do some more city centrage, which also should have been done before that plateau? Yeah. Yeah. So, deeply cursed that none of these are actually getting that city center. Like, this is a 53 point mansion, no wisp, no city center. Just raw statue value. 72 point house. Okay. So, speaking of city centers, did I ever commit one over here? I did already. Good. Good, good, good. Don't need to do another. So this is pretty darn good. I know I was thinking about a statue there, though, so let's ponder that, but can I shrink a statue here instead? No, not quite. Put a statue down here. It's all sorts of bad statue placements. Just fit one in right here and just kind of try and build around it. That doesn't feel terrible, honestly. Of course, because of the enormous negatives, I can't do it yet, but I will in time. Instead, I can do this and see that it doesn't even detect the city center in the first place, so there was no point in moving it. D6, and I might not be able to even place buildings atop this one, because I do need to have shrunken wall platform like right here, but that looks like maybe enough clearance. This is a nightmare, this whole situation. I'm now concerned that that city center, or maybe that mason blocked me. No, I double checked the mason. The mason's fine. Now I'm concerned this isn't the right. I mean, this is visibly not the right height. I'm concerned that I won't be able to place it at the right height. And I'm confused why. It has to just be that city center. Dang, I gotta double check every single building I place on this whole challenge. That will be frustrating if it is the case. I can build around it. That's not as critical as this situation here. Speaking of, I haven't even really discussed that I could do like this. I don't think we're there. I think we're going exactly here, actually. So maybe I don't even want to scooch this way. Because this is an expand area, but it already has pretty good contact along this wall. We'll see when we get there. One nightmare at a time. Here I am trying to solve multiple nightmares. Well, that's easy. Wisp, I think, probably paying for itself. Again, should have played it earlier, just like here, but I am in an unconventional play space, we'll say. So I'm going to give myself some grace in figuring this stuff out. 22 is fine. Alternately, I could kill some fish and do a water platform out here. I'm not going to be getting a lot of value from these water platforms in general, so let me at least consider it, but I mean, that's a lot of... okay, yeah, let's do it. A lot of good placements. And then at some point, I can probably do something like this. Here we go, last boon. Duplicate! Well, yeah, I've been paid off. Okay, so I need to place some garbage, and then I get 2 more statues. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 statues on this island. Wow, that is an experience. Okay, so over here we're looking at 14 points, or I can do a 23. Yeah, that's just better than I was going to get from my dock stuff over here. And then I think we are still in the camp of maximize actual score from these, because I still only have 2 hermitages. Like, it's not like I need to leave 4 spots or something. Maybe I will, but again, my primary purpose here is temple maxing. Island maxing is just a secondary benefit of opening this many sealed boons. I can't not maximize my score on this island given how many sealed boons I opened. And a very weird 43 is good enough for me. Now before I unlock new buildings, let's go ahead and duplicate. Double check that it's giving me a statue. 2 more wall platforms. That's huge. That's killer. Yeah, I love it. All right, well, I've now gotten every boon in every building pack, so there is no penalty in bargaining plateaus. So I'm just going to bargain. I'll start with 2, because I only have 2 spots that I know about, I guess. Yeah, maybe I get to bargain masons or something as well. Let me see where else I want to put these guys. So there's one can go here, no problem. One can go shrunken here, no problem. I don't think this is detectable, like probably not even close. I can go on this cliff edge and just decimate my trees, which is fine, whatever. I can not place it on top of any of these structures, of course. Of course, I wouldn't even dare. Then, I mean, that's probably not detectable. I'm gonna double check it, but I am highly dubious that that is within range. Not at all. Yeah, not until I get to like here. So that's gonna be a no from me, dog. I mean, I guess it's just either kill a bunch of these trees or nothing. And if we're doing nothing, then I need to duplicate masons instead and place those now. Pondering, or not duplicate, I need to bargain masons. Because masons are the next best thing for the temple, right? It's only a 5-point difference. Of course, I could also take the shamans, which are also only 5 points less than masons and don't have as many space constraints in terms of where they are buildable. But I guess let's bargain 2. I mean, I should probably just do 3 masons. I'm already kind of struggling to find spots to place them that won't block future wall platforms. Let's not do it yet. Let's put it off. Let's kick that can down the road a little bit. Okay, so I'm 60 points into this level. Let's gain the level and then place my statues and start tanking from there. Now I have 2 statues to place, so my heart tells me to place this here and then to just figure out the statues somewhere else. I don't know why my heart is telling me this, but I am going to listen to it. I'm going to follow my intuition. And the next one's going to be on a wall platform somewhere, so probably can't place it yet. That being said, 98 points is 98 points. And then this one, just need to make sure that it's in far enough to get detected, but I think that's not going to be very difficult. I think my temple here detects this corner, so I think if I just do like that even, I think that'll be good enough. Yeah, it's getting detected. Okay, so we're already up to 755 points. Haven't placed a single house, a single mansion, a single shaman, a single wall. Methinks we're going to be breaking records. I have 2 more statues to place, so there's that as well. And we went well into the next score loop. I guess we can maybe correct that. I want to go ahead and get these statues down, so let me place a little more judiciously. I don't need very many points. So Maybe I just start leaving some of my garbage out here. Okay, well, I only got one piece of garbage, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. A lot of stuff here I don't quite want to place. I guess I can do my last brickyard. I only need 10 points. That might be a challenge, though. Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? Again, I'm not going to place these to score off the masons, because well, I don't know. I guess let's not be ridiculous about it. There's going to be some spots like this that are not detected by the temple where I can get a really good score. So let me just check. Yeah, not even close to being detected. Okay, so I don't have to place that yet. I can just place it up here into future. $160-point lighthouse. You ever seen that before? Getting this low of a score is actually difficult, given how good my areas are right now. Like 2 seaweed fields doesn't do it without a farm. I could just do the water platform and just place it somewhere, knowing it is bad. Maybe out here. I'm trying to think areas that I might conceivably care about having more ground. Maybe just take score in here. Like, I guess the score doesn't matter if I'm going negative anyway. Yeah, let's just place that. I don't think it's gonna matter a ton. Okay, so we'll take our buildings. Another plateau. Huh, okay. Well, I don't know what to do with that one. And that's unfortunate, because I guess I could have bargained it, but well, here we are. Now, I'm tempted to just place statues here. I don't want to place them over here because their height is going to block my ability to do wall platform things. And I'm running out of space close to the temple that doesn't have this height restriction. I have an airspace restriction. So if I can place 2 here, maybe 1 with a shrink, it looks like, that's not bad. It does interact with this wall platform, but maybe that's just okay. Like maybe maybe I don't care, and B, if I do care, maybe being moved out this far is just not super meaningful. I guess the next question is, if I place this all the way in, I can do another one here, it looks like. Dang, that is good. I need that space. So I can't block here. And part of me says just put them like here or something, like just on the other side of the temple. It's like here-ish. It's really central. I can double check it, of course. It's a lot more wiggle than I would like. I'm trying to visualize how much space I've taken up and how much space the temple needs and place this perfectly, but... Okay, wildly incorrect. Wildly off. More like there. Also pretty bad. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's like almost perfect. So just 1 or 2 more shots and I'll get it actually perfect. I mean, that's I don't have any side-to-side wiggle once I'm locked in. I don't know what it is that's restricting my wiggle, but I guess more importantly, there is a double wide, and then hopefully there's room behind that for a cliff house. That's kind of the dream. I cannot believe I got 2 more statues. That's, like, delirious. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good temple. So now I'm just gonna level up. I don't think I have anything else super negative to place. Not at the moment, so. Now we're counting down and... Oh no, now we're counting back up as the negative points trail in. And this time I am going to test and see. If I just go like... Boop. Nope, that does... Oh! Okay, there we go. 10 points because I used the level up boon and then a full level. So this is correct now. Hey, a mason. Love to see it. Alrighty. So I have no more boons coming. No more potential statues here. I can't, sadly. Can't bargain any of these. I guess I'll want the wisp at some point. Maybe I should just go ahead and pop it into a building, and it'll end up jumping around. I'm not a... I do not have the mental capacity to spare to consider that very deeply. I would love to consider it more deeply, but I just don't think it's happening realistically. So that's a 135 point neighborly. Now you might think, why didn't I place this before doing the level up, and then I would have just gotten these points for free, but keep in mind it would not have given me the points, it just would have offset the negative. So I would not have actually gotten a positive score out of the building, it just would have been zeroed. And 131 points sounds pretty good. Yeah, I guess I miscalculated these statue placements a little bit, because I did place them flush with this edge, even knowing that the statues are not exactly 2 units wide. So maybe I have, well, maybe I've created a wall placement. Maybe it was genius. We shall see. I mean, this sure is a cluster of things. Of all the buildings I've built, this sure is some of them. It's an older joke, but it checks out. Okay, we are now going to focus in on terrace. Do I like this more than this? You know, I very well might. I think this creates only more space. I don't think it really penalizes my space anywhere. So I'll place it, and then I will double check that this is getting detected, of course, but pretty sure it is. This island makes me feel like I am losing my mind. Okay, 845 points. I think there's a wisp, like, in the rocks here. I'm already only on draw 3. Okay. So I'm gonna run out pretty quick. I mean, I can do things like this, but again, that's blocking what I think are gonna be much better wall platforms eventually. I guess all these tall buildings, there is too much to think about. I completely forgot that I had concerns about this. I mean, like, clearly this is fine, but I could have done an extra layer in the middle and then placed this one a little bit higher still. It might not matter, but it might matter quite a bit, and there's no taking it back now, so all we can do is play on. That said, we can of course play on with correct sequencing. So I'm gonna do some shamans next, I think. Yeah, let's play some shamans. Well, now I wonder if that shaman is going to prevent this placement. It almost certainly is, and this creates so much good, usable ground that I have to do that. And then this immediately brings to mind this possible plateau, which I think I had actually spotted before and then kind of forgot. So glad that I recalled. Okay, so this plateau depends upon just the mason. Oh, okay, this is a gift. If that mason is reachable, I feel really good about that. Temple, yeah, seems like it. Okay, cool. So I think I already placed it as far out as I could, but let me try and finesse this a little bit. I'd love to get 2 in there because I can still I have 3 more bargains, so I need to use those. Okay, not tagging it at all. It is too far away to be tagged. Dang, glad I checked. So we'll take I saw a 45. I haven't even really been like looking at building scores. Like this whole island feels like I'm playing with house money. Like it just feels like the scores don't even matter or like they're not real. But like it does. Like I am earning a few more buildings by playing these better, and those few buildings might contain another mason or the shaman or, you know, things that will effectively boost the temple. Okay, so this is right on the corner of my range. Looks like I won't be able to get 2 detections. Looks like I'm not actually getting even 1 here. I wonder if I was mistaking that 25 as a mason detection when I first looked at it recently. Okay, so this is kind of mediocre. It's not like a guaranteed contact, but I think given my shortage of good placements, I think I will still take it. And then I mean, do I think I have 2 spots for plateaus? Because I could very well still get another natural plateau, but at least I have this one, and I could duplicate another, or not duplicate, I could bargain another. You know what I mean. I mean, I kind of think if a mason takes placement spots from even 2 mansions, it's like evened out its value. So if it blocks an entire wall platform, it's bad. It's like demonstrably going to lower my score. So that's part of why I'm being so careful and so intentional about where I put masons, because it's 20 points and like that is something I would like to redeem, but there are significant limits on where and how that can occur. Let's duplicate 1 more, / bargain 1 more. I was hopeful about that, but not surprised that it fails. So this would block any wall platform there, which is a non-starter. I wonder about here on the backside specifically. Nope, and it's not even close. Okay. 1 more mason spot is all I need, and then I'm ready to move on to some real buildings. And I'm even gonna gamble a shrink on this. Yeah, I was curious about this little ledge here. I thought this would work. Okay, cool. So that looks like it'll fit 2 if they're shrunken. that, and then bargain it, and then shrink it again. Huzzah. And those are just so close, I think they will absolutely be detected. Deranged. Every time I look at these statues, I'm like, what is wrong with me? What is happening here? How did I let this happen? Okay, so we will now place this for 16 extra points from what we were earlier looking at. And all these little like tiny variations and wiggles that I'm seeing, I don't much think they matter. I do want to check how far in I can clip if I do shrunken. Doesn't look like this would support 2. Nah. Yeah, let's just hit this, I guess. Unless I can find a cool turnt one. But signs point to no. Okay. So we do that. And then more buildings. Not very many of them, but we take them. Now, this is not a... That's interesting. Okay, so I think I'm going to want to place this. And in service of that, I need to place buildings underneath this area first. And I still need to get all of my buildings up in here at some point as well. Actually, probably, he says. Okay, so if I cram these in here, I probably create a decent cliff house area. And they can be placed up on the walls here in ways that are kind of blocked by the structures, but like I kind of can't see what I'm doing, but I will do my best to place them compactly, and I don't have a way around it at this point because I needed to confirm this placement. There's so many conflicting, battling priorities here. Okay, so do I just place like all of these? If they're all going to tank my scores, I should probably do a level up. Because I still have like 2 or 3 of those. 2, yeah. So... worst guild hall in the world, I'm sure. Yeah! Yeah, it might just be good at some point to take this or something. Like, not bother getting too fancy with it. I don't need to think about that right now. I need to think about what I'm gonna do with these shamans. So I gotta place, like, I'm building up towards placing mansions, but I need to place the shamans first, because the mansions will score off of them. I think the temple doesn't care about fountains, yeah, so no fountains in this district. Yeah, let's just start getting a little silly with it, I guess. So let's finish this score loop, then do my shamans, then try cliff houses as much as I can underneath these structures, then do my layer of mansions on the bottom, then seal everything up, and then I can just think about playing on the top, and I'll have a lot more visual clarity. That sounds like a plan. I can't promise it is a good plan, but it is the best I can come up with. Yep. The value of verduring a second area for your lumber. And then a park. No problem. Good scorer. Yeah. Taking up a lot of space with not very many parks, but that is okay. Haven't gotten any verdure, so I think I'm just gonna do my last blossom here. It's points, and then all these trees will be bloomed and higher scoring. Trying to memorize what other boons I have to think about. Okay, more cheap points. How about... I probably do want a terrace up here. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, basically any building that I place over here that can tag the statues is going to have a wild score. I mean, I think we already saw like 70-point houses and whatnot, so... Once we start cashing in those points, this is going to be a very high-scoring island. Okay. Pyre, I guess? Cool. Even with all of my city centers as concealed as they are, I can still just get really high scores just based on all the statues. I mean, that's a ton of value. All right. I think I was supposed to narrowly fill this score loop, so that actually doesn't make a lot of sense. There's too much boss. I can't keep it all in mind. Okay, we're gonna just place a couple cliff houses up in here. Accepting a low score, that is fine with me. And I think that one actually, yeah, it's like, this is the building. So it's quite clipped off into that wall there, which I am pleased with. Now let's see if it's being detected. Yup. That is almost as far over as I can go and be detected, but not quite. Like, I can move a little bit this way. I think I'm just going to leave it. But I also, this gives me hope that I can cliff house on this edge somehow that is detectable. Okay, well here we have a slightly larger cliff house. So since I have over 50 of these suckers, I'm gonna place this over here. Just to get it out of my, I guess, queue, to get the shape out of my queue. All right, now we shaman. I know this is dumb, but just let me visualize it. I know that I've seen it. I know. Okay, yep. Okay. And then anything else negative we gotta do? I could go ahead and shrink some terraces, but do I want to do that? Because like all of these areas are probably better off as a wall platform. And I have 8 of them, so I'm not super limited on wall platform numbers. Ooh, I mean, this is, look at how high the score is. Like, the fact that I was looking for negative buildings and I went to terrace, just, there's too much value here for the terraces to end up negative. I think I just level up now. I don't think any of the rest of this really matters. 403, by far my worst level up so far. Which, again, deranged. Okay, got a couple bad buildings, as is going to increasingly happen. Now, I've got the shamans down, so I can proceed with the cliff housening. So here we have a large cliff house that is being placed in the dump zone. Another, here we go, the perfect cliff house. Now, gotta figure out where all I have placement spaces. So there are some just underneath the wall here. Obviously this whole back wall here can get lined. I actually, you know, 50 seems like a lot, but I'm gonna be coating this entire wall. There's probably some sections along here that I can get a few. Maybe not, maybe I took all those. Okay. This entire wall, maybe through the back. I doubt I'm getting anything through the back. All along here, all along here. Okay, I think I was going to talk myself into placing bad ones in the mansion area, or in the temple area. But I actually don't think I need to. I think I can just do this. That's getting pretty compact. And then this big shape, obviously, you see how much more nightmarish it is and how it doesn't fit anywhere. And yeah, gotta get this out of here. I will accept this medium size. And I will try to place it. I cannot see if the game is allowing this. Oh, looks like it is. Okay. So yeah, that's just about exactly on top and in line. Cool. Just gonna do another of these, which I know you're getting tired of. Maybe it's cool to see the big number each time. Yeah, I can see all three of those 4s. And I don't think I've ever seen a 1,000-point temple. So whenever I place one more structure, we're gonna have already, I think, exceeded what I've seen so far. I'm sure there are people scoring in secret that are not aware of our online community and so are not sharing, but I mean, that's just ridiculous. This is 4 points on the temple that takes up fundamentally no space. Like, that is not a spot that anything could go. I know everything I've said, but I think this is fine. Because again, I only have 43 of these. Like, I'm actually going to go through them at a pretty good clip. And it seems like you are more likely to get these larger shapes. Let's test this. Let's try and place this guy there. See if that gets detected. Nope. Only got 2. Oh yeah, 1,000-point temple. Huzzah. That was not being detected. So now I can try this wall. Slightly different vibe. Also no. Okay. Good to know. Good to be aware of. This is so weird. These buildings are weird. Thank you for my 1 mil. May I have another? 60 points sustainable, though. We like to see that. How can I get maximum adjacency given everything? I think Maybe I'll get 1, 2, 3 more fields by placing here. If nothing else, it's a lot of points just on the front. I don't have to just do cliff houses. I can also start getting up here with mansions. I believe this is the corner of the mansion I just placed. This is as well. And I think that looks flush. I think. Okay, now that we have the small shape, I have a little hole over here intended for 2 small mansions. So that and this. This shape. I'll put here, I guess. I mean, that seems really good, obviously. Not the 30, the 41. Kind of looks like it's right there, like flush up against the shamans. And then right here, there's just a tiny gap. I can see a little bit of pink there, which I think means those 2 buildings are touching, and just the gentle upward slope of their sides create that tiny gap. I'm going to choose to believe that. Another small shape. Huzzah. Okay. Now, do I want to allow square mansions in my perfect city? I think I kind of have to. It's weird how much this one can just clip into the wall, though. Like, I'll take that. I guess the downside is I can't now put cliff houses along that wall, but that's probably fine. I gotta place all these mansions, too. They are worth 2.5 cliff houses each. I'm not going to take those 8 extra points. I think having a little more room might end up mattering more. And I'm going to stay true to my temple maxing plans. Okay, so the shape in here is long, short, long, short. So I think there is a 3 building unit wide gap here. And it doesn't look like the building's moving at all now that I have it placed in that spot. So that would, to me, imply that it has been snared, as I was just describing. So let's try and peek in there. Nothing over here. Okay. So, I mean, this is the top of the mansion. That little darker color right there. Yeah, let's play on. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in here anymore. Yeah, like this makes sense to me. Okay, and then this should also be able to... I was expecting that to move in a little further, but maybe not. Okay, so let's take that placement. Oh, actually, knowing what's next, I can probably improve this a little bit. Looks like this almost fits across the gap. I wonder if there's a good shrink opportunity here. But let's zoom out and away. Get more clarity like that. Sure, I can't see the point total of the building, but that is not relevant to me. Once again, I managed to find a way to record just the absolute least interesting, most fiddly content imaginable, and I know you're all going to watch it. I know you love this stuff. That's funny. Not like funny haha, but funny interesting. Okay, I think this shape would be better placed elsewhere. So I can just go out here. I can start building on this low ground. In general, building on low grounds is good for me, because then I can cover over them and not have to worry about them as much. Now, I know you might be thinking, Connor, you're placing bad cliff houses out here. What about bad mansions? Well, I actually am concerned I'm going to place every single mansion within detection. So I just want to make sure. They are 2 points more than a house each, and admittedly, giving up a good placement for 2 points is not worth it, but I think the bad mansions are only one size unit larger than the good mansions. Like the best mansion, this tiny one, is only 3 building units, and then the bad mansions are all 4. So it's kind of a narrow margin to invest heavily in, maybe for just no payoff, right? Who puts this flag up the flagpole in the morning? Like which maniac in this mansion? Okay, had to step away for a quick call, but we return to this madness. So I was just discussing good mansions, bad mansions, mansion placements. Is that a little gap right there? Is that a little space? How large of a space are we talking? I guess it's right here. Could be a good place for some more shamans. Could have been a good place for my initial shamans, but not large enough for a 2 wide building, which tracks. What if I shrink it though? Still no. A 2 wide building shrunk is still slightly wider than 1 building. So looks like a 1 wide building will fit. I don't need to shrink this hut. 1 wide building will fit though, so something's going to end up in there. I guess maybe a line park for 5 points. That seems kind of ridiculous, but something to consider. Instead, I guess let me look at if I can shrink a mansion in here. I might just end up doing a wall anyway, but of course somehow did not get shrink active. I don't know how I keep doing that. Yeah, okay, so I can fit 2 extra mansions here if I shrink them. That feels worthwhile. I'm also concerned about if I can actually fit 2, because this one is permissible because most of it is on the plateau. It's only overhanging a little. You see, it does not like this placement as much. This placement where most of it is off into space, the game takes some offense with. Maybe if I have the small shape, I could fit 2, just like back to back right here. I wish I could fit just this, like, as it is, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I can come back to it as well. Maybe I should be playing with Wisp instead. So that Wisp there is on, I think, this plateau, and I'm not able to reach it because I'm not detecting the plateau. That's silly. Oh, I definitely messed up my lighthouse. I should have placed this before all of those guys. I can still get 140 though. That's not... I've seen worse. I've actually never seen a better lighthouse, so... Yeah, I'll take 144 now. Just got to it a little late. Plenty of things to think about. And that does improve this weird gill hall. I'm gonna get lots of buildings like that where it only grants me 1 building and the building does not improve the temple. Comes with the territory. Alright, I think we were doing cliff house shenanigans. So Do I want to try and fill this little space back here with the bad shape? Do I want to start doing bad shape in spots like this? I think I don't yet. I think 40 is still a lot of cliff houses. I know they're going to go fast, but all the same, I think I can do better than the bad shape still. And as I come sort of closer to the end, I'll have a lot more awareness of how much runway I actually have, how much I actually need. Okay, so I can get that pretty high up before it jumps. So I might be able to, I mean, not, this is the worst shape, but I might be able to hook another underneath it there, which would be good space utilization. Or maybe I can just maximum distance away, maximum angle. I need to stop auto jumping. I can't exactly tell where these are, but they are legally placeable and they're going to be detected by my temple, and they're tucked just way the heck up in here. This one was placeable just like an instant ago. I don't know what I changed. Oh, I was too high. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, your guess is as good as mine what's going on under there. I have a little bit of intuition about the shape of those cliff houses, but mostly I'm just looking for the marker to turn white. Okay, so this is the ideal shape. This is the tiny speck. I could place it up in there. I could also look for a spot where other shapes do not legally fit. Like, there's probably something... Yeah, there's lots in here. Huh. Okay, and then a too tall one. Also legal. This 3B, I'm not as optimistic about. I'm sure I can put it, like, here somehow, but it does take up a fair amount of space. 32 remaining. I think I have very quickly reached the point where I think most of these are getting placed touching the temple. Now, as for how I'm going to accomplish that, you know it's going to take me a while to figure out, but these are all placeable, weirdly. I guess that's right here. Is that what we're looking at? That's the bottom of the cliff house. Not exactly sure. Not gonna question it. I mean, these scores are even good. I'll just take the points. I might have already exhausted that space. I mean, I have this one here, which I think is pretty cool. Yay. So I'm going to try not to flicker the temple too many times. I don't want to make the kind of score increases that we're getting. I don't want to make them commonplace. I don't want you to just see the score ticking up 4 points at a time and think, oh yeah, that's a normal value for that building to be priced at. Let's try a layer of mansions and see what that does to this wall. Like nothing. Cool. Okay, so yes, a layer of mansions here. They have to go down before the wall platform does, or else they're just not going to fit at all. Wrong shape, but I can come back to that. I can play over here instead. How much of this does the temple detect? Score reveal. almost at 1200. It detects almost nothing more than what I'm currently getting. Okay. Oh yeah, and I guess worth noting, to get this back mason, I have to be like here anyway. Okay. Also worth noting, I do still have one bargain. I probably should have score multipliered some of these. I don't know, actually. I haven't placed the buildings that are traditionally mega buildings. I mean, just the fact that I have 5 score multipliers, like, maybe things like Pyre, Hermitage, Mountain Shrine. Yeah, those are all going to be high scores. Okay. I retract my previous statement. We are making some headway today. This is good. This island has certainly been on my mind in my time away from it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I guess I need to finish filling this little gap, and then I can do the wall platform here, which, come to think of it, I might have... Yeah, that's sloppy. Okay, so that is just a mistake. I don't really have any excuse for that. It should be a little bit lower, ideally. It should actually be like here. But it is what it is now. I can't undo it. So instead, let's play on a little more attentively. Always the goal. I don't know if the temple is going to be detecting this, but it seems possible. Every time that I have this tiny shape, I'm going to be searching for some secret. Yeah, there we go. Some secret forbidden placement where there's just some tiny little sliver of rock somewhere that is like just barely big enough for my purposes. Just need to place a couple more in there. I guess I could just go ahead and take the nuclear option and just place this 2x2 one, if I can figure out how one would do so. That might be too large. Well, this cliff over here also needs to get covered at some point. You see how the 26 of these might run out a little bit faster than it seems. Okay, so this size fits. I saw it. Come on. It's looking like a pretty narrow gap, and notice I can't shift any that direction. I might be contacting the mansions. Hard to say if I'm hitting them or hitting another cliff house. Hard to say much of anything that's happening back in here, but I'm gonna place that. And now I really think we're too far out. I don't think that's gonna get detected, which I suppose means I need to think about it. Yeah. Yeah, the top one is. That's cool. But this bottom one is not. Of these two, top and bottom. I mean, I could start going on these upper ledges, which is definitely going to happen. I guess if it's definitely going to happen, why not start now? And again, I think I will use all 24 of these, or at least close. So, yeah, let's do it. Not worrying too much about getting wisp in everything. I probably should be more thoughtful about that now that it comes to my mind. Wait, this is the shape I need over here. Okay, now can I place something back in here? Oh, also the wrong shape. Also the wrong shape. I wonder. I guess I can check with this. So there is a one wide gap. I don't know if there's room for an extension in any direction, but there's a little bit of room up in there. Again, could be a line park. Something I hadn't really considered. Probably should have been more savvy with these, but hopefully I'll get a couple more. Okay, so now can I lock this in? Or do I need to cliff house on all these interior edges first? I think I need to cliff house. Interesting. Let me confirm that that is within my reach, because it's going to be close. No, it is outside. Okay. Like, this mansion is good, but... Speaking of, I wonder if there's some cliff within here that I can tag as well. Or, not tag, that I can build on. But I suppose not. Wait, really? I thought for sure... I don't know why I thought that was going to work. I think I just thought I had like almost 3 buildings worth of width here. So I thought it wasn't even close, but... okay, well that's going to require a different mansion shape or something. Wow, 61-point mansion I saw there for a second. Yeah. Wild scores. Okay, so ignoring that problem that I've made for myself for the moment, let's see if this is doable. I assume it's not. It is not. Okay. Then I think this is now safely placeable. Just as low as I can, as close as I can. There was some way that I had, yeah, there we go. Some way to kind of clip it into the stone a little bit. And now I can pull Wisp upwards into a 56 pointer. Totally normal, rational, reasonable score to be getting. I feel like a madman. These point totals. I bet if I shrink, I could put one in there. And I do have 7 shrinks, so I'm kind of on the lookout for opportunities to use them. Where was that spot? I thought it was just kind of in here, but... I mean, maybe it is and it's not placeable. This is the straight of it. Okay. That makes it easy enough to see at least. Nope, not placeable. Shame. I could do one of these. It's like slightly inefficient space usage. I don't know if that's detectable though. That feels like it'll be too far away. Nope, easily detected. Well, easily if I advance a little bit this way, but we'll say potentially detected. You get a small shape to fit there, obviously. And I guess, okay, in the service of Wisp, let me see how far on this I have to build so I can actually lead Wisp out and back. I'm going to do a little bit of like actually good play. And it turns out I can detect almost nothing on that ledge. Okay. So, should be easy enough to just get... I don't know if even that's going to be detected, but... Currently it is, though. Cool. Coming up on 1,300 points. Feels a little ridiculous, but here we are. And I'm just going to take a boundary breaking placement there, trying to lead it back around cleanly in one mansion. And yeah, we are placing 100% of our mansions. No possibility of failing that at this point. So now I guess we have to make sure 100% of our mansions get counted, and we also have to start placing houses. I remember there was a shrunken placement down here. Maybe that's my only option. But this is still 8 points, I mean. Not to mention the 41 points from the building itself. And then could just start doing houses. I mean, we are in the area where, now that I've identified that yes, every mansion is absolutely getting placed, because keep in mind, there's multiple wall platforms to be laid that I haven't even gotten to yet. Like, there's a lot more stuff coming. Speaking of, I can probably go ahead and do this one, so I can see up under there pretty well. So we can do this. I don't think there's going to be anything better. This is out of detection. Can't place out like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine. Maybe I should just go ahead and cliff house the rest. Oh, actually, I learned that that's not reachable. Okay, so I don't even need to bother. Good to know. 84. Whoa! 120 point house. No wisp even. Cursed. Based but cursed. Not helpful. Are my huts getting any better? Let's think about other non-city buildings for a minute. So just cool 67, 68 point huts. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good. There was some discussion of this being good a while ago. I think it looks better than, well, yeah, let's split it. Let's do one here. And remember that my detection bubble like barely even reached this terrace. So I think it reaching this is completely impossible. And then I can similarly get a 51 over here. I guess I'm a little more nervous about taking up space here that might be utilized in some fashion. Like so. I can leave that for now. But I am going to place those huts I was thinking about. Because I have 16 of them, and they're worth over 60 points. Truly wild. I know. I need to see how much space to reserve. Oh, I mean, it's not even. It can definitely get a couple more houses and mansions on that bottom platform, for sure. And I think we've moved far enough away from the scoring that these mansions are bad again. Well, they're mid. They're bad by this island standards. But these standards are not rational. These are not repeatable. Just offer me the worst slushy of mansions imaginable. Now how many of these 28 houses will I use? Well, I'm going to try to use all of them. I don't know if that's well advised, but both of my wisps are in mansions right now. Awkward. do I care that much about the wisp points? Because like this spot is not mansion detectable. But maybe I will want to do like a this or something. And in that case, why does it matter? It doesn't matter. Okay, one problem at a time. Next problem, can I put another house in here? No, no, even though maybe I should be able to. On principle, I should be able to. I don't know why I thought that would change it. I thought that I could come at it from the other side and surprise it. But no, that's just clearly not how rotational symmetry works. That's a bad placement. It blocks a lot of options. These Tetris houses, man, they are sinister. Bunch of bad placement options for the square. Could start filling in back here. What was my previous shape? Yeah, I mean, that's a decent utilization of the Tetris, but it's 73 points. And now I can just cover this and 30-something point, 40-something point mansions. I guess because I've already built in from that wall a little bit, I should really leave a gap and then put a few cliff houses there. Not a lot of natural places for a square mansion at this time. Okay, still placeable. And actually, I was wondering if this would be the case. I think right now, yeah, we have much better with a score multiplier. I do expect that to change, but interesting to note. I mean, how much do I care about Wisp? Do I want to, like, place an early tower to call Wisp back to me? Still never got around to placing all these huts I mentioned. Because I was going to fill this area. Okay, there's so many buildings that I currently have, and so many of them are better than I have trained myself to expect that building to ever be, that I am having some difficulty keeping it all straight. Okay. Yeah, easily detecting this last square mansion. That's what I was double checking. Okay, cool. It's the shape I was holding out for to finish out that little block. A house will be worth quite a bit there, so better to wait. Yeah, I mean, these are pretty good too. Don't have to do it yet, but maybe I can be thoughtful about other mansions ending up in that area. I think a small one will fit there, so let's leave that. Oh, there's actually no two-part combination that would complete that space. Same here. Actually, it's only 7 spots, 6 spots total, so it has to be 3, or it has to be back-to-back tinies. 1, 2, 3 would work. Okay, so there's a few configurations that allow you to fit 3, and I will attempt that. I can be patient. Speaking of, patiently awaiting the coming of the next wall platform over here. I saw it get pretty close there, like immediately. Okay, I need to let it in and then wiggle it down. Back up, sideways, Yeah, okay. That seems like it is the placement that I would want. Having a little difficulty convincing it to... Okay, so... Do I just place this? No, I can put another couple wall houses underneath it. Cliff houses, cliff houses, cliff houses. That one is almost certainly not getting detected. Let's double check, but doesn't feel really likely. It's kind of right on the line. I mean, on the basic premise that I'm already building more like this way. Alright. So I can't do that because I need the wall platform. That's not going to get detected. Similarly, maybe this spot is, but I think I'll be able to see that still. Let's do it. Let's place another wall platform. Big progress. And that does appear to be perfectly flat, meaning that I now have a lot more versatility in how exactly I slide. Still might end up finding that squared up back this way is better, but... Can I also complete this segment? Go pretty low, actually. Just there is fine. And I can still see this little corner if I decide I want to place a... I mean, I guess let's get the bad house out of the way and place it in a spot that I think is going to be detected. Even as I say that, I'm looking at all this flat ground and looking at my number of buildings and thinking, maybe I will need every single house, every single mansion. The good news is... that mansion, or that house, is being detected. Single wheat field, love to see it. You know, if I do end up placing every single building out here, then a lot of what I did over here is a mistake. We'll see. We'll see if it comes to that. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I need to know what on this level is detected. So let me get my placement. 1449 right now. I think I should fill that top wall platform, fill both of the side ones. Okay. This corner one I maybe half fill, because I can do a house like here that'll work okay. So knowing all of that, let me do a little bit of housekeeping. And that's untaggable. Okay, that's fine. Because once I fill that, I'm going to confirm that all of these will be tagged, because again, I think I'm down to one mansion I saw. Yeah, one mansion remaining, so can't afford to waste any. Okay, so that's all good. And in light of that, let's play a fountain. It's definitely not getting detected. I'm not using it to place anything else. I feel fine about it. Also, before I do any more houses, maybe we should go ahead and jeweler. So yeah, if I want a jeweler here and here-ish, maybe like here. Finding a decent precious metal mine. I mean, just the statues make this a pretty good warehouse, but I don't think it's worth committing. 53 is not bad. Immediately talk myself into it. Yeah, let's do 53, and then this can be just minus 10. It's 10 extra points. And then we can go 110 and 57. That wisp getting caught there is probably not ideal, but I think I'm just going to play on from it. Now, okay, cool. This still being placeable is actually kind of big, because I will need to find spaces for every one of these walls, of course, even if it's just lined across the top of a wall platform or something. You know, place one here, place one here, place one here. I think I need to just consider placements that get the mass of the building kind of out of the way. Yeah, because I'm still detecting that. Even though I'm just only barely touching the side of it. Truly wild. Truly, truly wild how high this score is going to get. I'm not going to hit 2,000, but I am overall pleased. Didn't know how high of a score I could expect. It's nice to see that it is actually notably higher. Now I need to start thinking critically about, I mean, maybe not just yet, but pretty soon I need to start thinking critically about how far over to kind of block my temple in. Because at some point, I can fill the space right next to it. But maybe that, you know, maybe I need to be real sure where I'm placing it before I do that. But I think I am at least nearing that level of surety. So it looks like at some point these scores kind of equalized. Maybe there's a 15-11. I think I saw that flash for like just an instant, but I think if I just block it fully into that corner, I think that'll fit fine. That's a spicy one to place, but I think, yeah, like there's still even a little bit of flex here. Yeah, and these two scores for the score boost and the range increase are actually kind of keeping pace. There's not a massive gulf between them. Cliff House, not bad. Not great, not bad. Alright, gotta check if that's getting detected. I think not. I think the 8 would be above it. I think that little 8 that's on the house is coming from below. That below one that we so carefully placed in the corner. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the shrunken one, so of course it's not a standard number of units across. Fine, fine. I can use this air gap for cliff houses. Oh. That jumped a weird amount into the statue. Yeah, that one did too. No, I mean, it's not hurting me. If anything, it clears the building a little more out of the way. I just wasn't expecting to get that ground back. Okay, this is an actual house that I am actually placing just to benefit the temple, and I'm also getting 90 points from it. This is so powerful. It's so silly, but it is very powerful. Okay, I think there's enough room to leave a wall gap, so I think I actually do need to place this close enough that it'll jump at least. Maybe it's jumping the wrong way? Hard to tell. If we do that, can I then do this? No. Although I was noticing it, yeah, really stretching in a particular spot for some reason. Okay. Just a hair more. I think we take 91. I don't want to block in this channel though. These are all like slightly off space from each other. So this is 2 building units, so if that extends out and then a hook there. Okay. I can actually wait for a slightly bigger shape, which will be more optimal, more efficient use of space. Okay, so that's not possible. I am now curious. So this is 25 points on the temple. Like, indisputably, that just will work. Is that better than covering this edge with cliff houses? I think the real question is, do I need more than this much room for, what is it, 22 I have remaining? 22 cliff houses. And I kind of don't think I do. I think I can mostly just place them all around here. I wonder if I can also leave a wall back here. That'd be cool. Maybe. Okay, so if 21 cliff houses cleanly fills this area, then I should just double or triple terrace right here, so they're taggable. I can also check this terrace, but I'm also kind of leaving this spot for another plateau were I to get one. I do have bargain still, so I can bargain a final one, maybe. Okay, water plateau. I think for right now I'm going to step away. This island's frying my brain. I need to think about next steps, but we are already reaching unprecedented temple scores. I guess we won't end this segment on a tease. I want to see what score we've reached. Yeah, okay, 1551. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Alright, back with more of this nightmare. Let's see what else we can... Okay, my power actually flickered there for a second, but I am back. back and down to get tons more points still. Okay. Still have this one bargain. You know what? Let's maybe move into using the rest of these. Maybe it's time. I feel like just trying to kind of minimize my remaining building debt is going to be productive. Do you remember when we could see down in here? Remember when I could choose to place buildings in there? Forgotten memory at this point, but that doesn't seem like it'll be taggable, because remember I can barely get that mace. I mean, it might just be time to continue along this wall, and this is still possible, which is cool. Love to see it, honestly. So pretty soon I'll be doing one of these, and maybe one of these, and one of these, and there's plenty of wall platforms, that is, still to go. But I guess let's look at where this one actually ends up. So I can place it far enough over here that I can't really move this any higher up. And that's not an increased area. I don't know why that so often does not trigger for me. Okay. Yeah, looks like I am at the outer limit of what I can do on the wall there as well. So let's hit up this portion of the wall now. And it looks like I might not need every single one of these. It looks like I might actually have been correct originally that large shapes can be placed further away. I won't start doing it just yet, because notice I almost entirely get large shapes. Like, you just don't get the same density of the medium and small shapes as you do the chonkers. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. Just feels like there's some real potential in this strategy for an entire game run. Like, sort of playing hard, trying to get a high score, but then at the end, just really investing in this kind of single island focus. I'm curious. I'll be really curious to see how many points total this island awards. I guess I can go ahead and do some of this. So I wonder if that's going to block my wall platform. Maybe it raises it just a little bit. Kind of hard to say. I don't need to climb up the wall like that. I can just do one of these. Maybe I do need to climb up the wall like that. Yeah, that's probably fine. Double check this height. Yeah, that is also fine. Now I can get a couple extra points if I do place some more houses or whatnot over here. And of course the top of this can be entirely coated in houses. Also have this one coming up soon. Just need to place a few more cliff houses first. these single build packs are kind of rough, honestly. Oh, wait a minute. Line park. Glad I remembered. I have a few different line park considerations. There's that one, and then I think there's like one in here. Yeah, I am glad that I remembered that. Wow. And that's the park right there. You know, I'm just now horrified to realize I did not check if this blocks my temple. And I can destroy it if it does. It's not gonna end the run. But wow, that is... Oh, okay. Maybe it doesn't quite block me. Let's... Whew. Got the heart rate up a bit. Okay, it doesn't block me at all. Cool. I mean, that aligns with my expectation, just based on how I know the temple's shaped and how far forward this is and everything, but still, that would have been a disaster. Okay, every time that I get one of these little guys, it's my goal to find some tricksy, previously unused spot where I can place it, but we are kind of running low on access to the space around here. Maybe in here. Looks like my best chance, honestly. And if even that's a no, then I'll find some. Oh, okay. Great. Totally good with me. How far around this corner do I reach? Not even all the way. Okay. Yeah, I think I just build some across here. Maybe I'm really careful that this first one does get detected, and that I can build in from it, and that's pretty easy. Yep. Now I wonder if that's going to get detected. Because if so, that's a great placement, and I love it. No, not quite. Makes sense. I don't want to give up that much space. But I also don't think any of this is taggable. Don't really think I can... Well, maybe something like this. That might work. We will see. Same comment as last time with the tiny shape. Should probably try it with both of them, just in case. I mean, I could just do silly stuff like this, where I don't even know what wall I'm intending to place on, but just, you know, maybe I'll see a legal placement up here. Since it is letting me kind of clip through a bunch of this stuff somehow. But I can also just go along this back wall. And once again we come to this problematic house shape. Let me just place this, get it out of my thoughts, let it burden me no longer. This shape also can't fit there or here, but it's okay there. And then that is a wall partially blocking me. Okay, so that's not going to be build-aroundable. But trying to be efficient with my space usage still, which might not be like required. Maybe it just doesn't matter, but better to be thoughtful about it than not. Just kind of in the abstract. Okay, I'm not necessarily leaving this, but I am curious. Whew, okay. I can maybe even go a little further that direction. Yeah. That's a lot of effective points out of one building. I kind of think I do it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get 3 tagged along here. I don't need to decide yet. And I can also still bargain 1 more building, which a terrace would be very slightly better than a mason, all other things being equal. Okay, yep. Now that probably blocks terrace. Yeah, but... Oh, this one does too. Okay, I was able to place straight through that first one, but I guess I lost that privilege. Well, if nothing else... Wait a minute. I was gonna say I can go ahead and place terraces up here, but I guess I have 1 more wall platform at least on the way, so let me allow that to be built. Weird. Highly weird. Weird that that's placeable at all. I have so many kind of shape-specific spots in mind that I'm having to place around. Like I still have this L right there. I just haven't quite been able to access yet. Still the wrong one. So that's actually quite high up. I don't know if it's always been that way, but... Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so... I can clip down a little bit. How much room do I think I have under that? Maybe 1 more horizontal building will fit. I already... Ugh. Okay, that's good to know. Actually, let me just go ahead and see if that even works. So it's going to be kind of right on the edge of my detection, if it is detectable. Come on, 1672, 84. Okay, so I'm not getting that terrace. That's really good to know. I bet if I did this much more forward, much more central, I bet that will be detected. Yeah. And what if I do this and then try and do the same trick? totally different experience. Okay. That tracks. Ugh, they're all bad shapes. I don't even know if all these are going to be detectable, but gotta try. And that's just not detectable for sure. So I could take a placement like this that I think is likely not detectable, but maybe there's a non-zero chance. It's also just 19 points, which has value. Now that I see this is a short one, that's actually great value. And then I can find this placement. And then I can check the temple again, as always. Always be temple checking. Okay, see, this one does seem to have blocked it. Yep. Okay. What if I go a little bit higher up? Does that work better? Yeah. Okay. Gotta check the upward range detection on that one then. Yeah, I'm getting all of that. That whole upper surface there is in my detection bubble, so easy. Because I need a lot of placeable terrain still. I need a lot more placeable ground. I can't go in there, that's simply too large. And, oh, final one's small. That's really good to see. Okay. I mean, small-ish. It's not the ideal shape, but maybe I can figure something out. Okay. And then I wonder if now that's going to block these. Huh. Oh, this is much more important of the two. So we do that, and then check our temple. This has become such an ugly area as I've continued to shove buildings into it, essentially. Oh, that can even be further over. Come on, let's play for real here. I might not want it to be, though. I'm thinking about how much space the top of this wall platform creates. Like something like that is so clipped under that it produces much less buildable space. And it does seem to be blocked. Oh, not quite. Okay. So let's imagine for the moment that we're doing this. Yeah, I don't even detect a lot of it. Let's do this instead. And confirm temple is still placeable. I have a little area back in there, which I'm gonna need to fight over at some point. I wonder if it's just a shrink. Does that solve things? looks like no. It's kind of a weird little spot. It's just like tavern sized, I guess. But the tavern is a minus on the temple, so that simply cannot happen. At some point I can start doing all these. I don't remember what stalled me the first time, but at this point almost all of the city centers are completely unreachable. Temples just don't care about pyres, right? Yeah, okay. Just have to double check. As I'm unlocking these like single houses, desperately getting 8 extra points. But hey, it adds up. They all count. Speaking of, I think I have enough space here that I should place parks. Parks are only 5 points compared to the house's 8, but I do think I'm going to be able to place out all of my scoring structures within range of the temple, so that distinction doesn't actually matter. Nice. To keep checking this to see what I do and don't detect if something is worth committing a building to, which in this case it is. And now I can also do, and I guess that it looks terrible, but it's detectable. And one down here, sure. A bunch of these will just end up linearly on platforms, but I may as well. Well, I guess linear, they're always a little linear, but I meant parallel on a wall platform. That's good. That won't get detected. As good of a score as it is. I'm aware that Wisp has just been sitting here the entire island. I don't want to focus on it. I'm just kind of choosing not to. I guess to that merit, I could... Let me see if I can get a detectable wall. Like maybe that cone right there is going to be detectable or something. Not even close. I would really need to find more of an inward-facing wall. I don't think I can afford to place a wall that doesn't contact. I mean, I have lots of stuff that doesn't boost the temple that I can place. I could go back to these huts that I kind of bounced off of originally. See if that gets detected first, and then I'll do huts. I am obviously fascinated by this temple. It is what draws me in. Yeah, that is detected. All right. 1741. I increasingly think that 2000 is not quite achievable. And I am curious. Well, not quite achievable in this room. Yeah, this is noticeably worse, but not like tremendously so. It's kind of cool. Okay, so huts. 65-ish points each. Extra wall house, cliff house, pardon. Getting mad score loops. Every single one of those is 15% more score. See, it's things like that that make me think, man, I really should have focused on my wisps, but I think I'm focusing primarily on temple maxing. That is the record that I really care about. Total island score is fine. Seems much less important. Hey, a mansion. Haven't seen one of them in a while. Of course it's square. Sweet. It's a nice little wiggle spot to fit 3 more of these. And that's all my huts. Okay, 3rd warehouse. So, I guess let's do this, and then +4 or +6. Warehouse first for 56 points. Then I think 30 is going to easily beat whatever I can get over here from my lumberjacks. Just pulling some extra points out of the island where I see them. It's going to be something like a 34. I mean, 129 point guild hall is not bad at all. At this stage, do I want to score multiplier that? I think no. I think 5. Oh, I should have precious these pyres. That was just bad. There's no excuse for that. Just a mistake. I wasn't thinking about precious. I'm also probably going to finish this island with a couple of sustainables, so, well, a couple of neighborlies at least. Yeah, I'm gonna double check that that didn't impact my temple situation, but I don't think it should. Yeah, well outside. Okay. So I'll just place that for the score. Need another farm for these to be even, just like worth placing. What else can I place around here? Could do something like this instead. It'd be bad, but I could do it. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's out of range. Just while these points trickle in, I kind of may as well quadruple check. Yeah, it's out of range. Not even close, frankly. Ugh. Lots of stuff. I guess we can just do some greenery. It's kind of whatever. So let's do a score multiplier hermitage. 440? $443? Was that what I saw? No, 433. Okay. really focusing over these 2 points, even though I've made so many hundreds or thousands of points of sequencing mistakes. Pretty colors, though. I like the gold on those domes. And a city center. Somewhat predictable. And just to confirm, placement is not impacted. 1,000-point building with no multiplier on it, no boon. That's terrifying. Okay, 2 fish kites can at least use 2 of my preciouses. Frustrating mistake not to have remembered it for the pyres, not even thought about it, not checked it, anything. But given the length of island that I'm playing here, I think some degree of play mistake is maybe not unavoidable, but certainly to be expected. Okay, so I think I just hard commit this one forward to make very sure that it is detectable. And in that case, I can probably place that as such. Because then, yeah, this doesn't interact with it at all. And now we do the increase area. Yup. That is 25 more points, sure enough. I really don't think I can fit 2 in that spot, though. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else that a terrace could get detected. Maybe if I do some tricksy stuff, like I just had there. Like, that's pretty darn far forward. New buildings unlocked, love to see it, and... Come on. Okay, we have passed 1,800. Wild. Okay, so one more building. Not a line park, but I bet I can place it like here or something and have it be detectable. Confirm, confirm, confirm. Literally can't tell. I actually think it's not tagging it. Yeah, it would need to be a lot closer. Okay. Disappointing, but kind of predictable. And I guess maybe there would be some logic to have made this a green wall platform. I could destroy it. There's nothing built on it yet. Demolishing this is a legal play. So is there anywhere else I can put a wall platform that will impact the temple? I kind of, like, it doesn't really look like it, you know? Just my gut, as I peer around at all this stuff, is not telling me, yes, this area is wall platform friendly. Much the opposite. Like, this is out of reach. I'm very tempted to demolish this and then place the second one. The only concern would be if it's no longer placeable because of the terrace or something. That would be a huge, huge loss. I think you can undo demolishes. Either way, let's just hope this is placeable. Okay, super placeable. So... And reminder, this is just so I can swap that wall platform to be green, so I can put a couple parks on it for 5 extra points each. That's the level of desperation that we're reaching. Ooh, they fit all the way under. That's cool. That's just like efficient score compression. Does this also fit under? No. Cool. Yep, love to see back-to-back small shapes. I'm gonna wait for more potential parks. I also now just naturally have some of these, which is cool. Can I? Let me just see if I can find something with this one, because that's 25 extra points. That's a big swing. And I guess first we just test and see if that's good enough by itself. So there's some chance it is. Yeah, I mean, just barely. Yeah, we'll take that. That does count. If you're noticing lots of quick cuts through this section, I am currently baking cookies and I'm stepping away to work on those. I'm turning my cheat engine on and off so I can control which buildings I get. That's not true, in case it wasn't clear. I guess when I initially looked at these buildings across, I definitely thought I'd be able to place one here, but I suppose this corner is not quite squared up. Okay, it does fit. Good. I was gonna maybe be a little upset about it if it wasn't gonna fit. It's a reasonable crash out, all things considered. Now, is that detectable? I'm kind of struggling to tell. It is getting very difficult to identify what points are coming from where. I don't think it's highlighted. I do have that setting where the buildings that I'm scoring highlight. Yeah, and that one doesn't look highlighted. Okay. I bet this one works, though. Yeah, now it looks highlighted, illuminated. 1884. Whew, 2000 is starting to feel quite reasonable. My next issue is just going to be getting enough walls in contact. Like, I probably messed that up and should have left an entire plateau and a half just for walls, but too late now. Can I do one here? Yeah, okay. I think that is a wall space is more valuable than this is the house space, actually. Great, it's 10 more points. Can't really be upset at that. There you go. That's actually a terrible placement. It doesn't allow for 2 buildings to be placed in the future. Actually, what am I doing? There's literally a spot right here, like custom made for it. Silly me. Wow, that worked out quite well. And I didn't check at any time during those placements, but thankfully this is still good. Over 1,000 point no boon is wild. Okay, let's do some wall hunting. Everyone's favorite. This looks promising. It's a good score. It joined to another wall, so that's 20 extra points. And maybe that corner can be detected. It has been devilishly difficult to find walls, but oh yeah, that one does work. It's illuminated. Cool. Getting close to 1940, it looks like. I'm just like out of space. Huh. Okay, no success on the wall hunt yet, but I did think about towers, and I think, yeah, this little gap created here the whole time is an easy payoff tower location. I might, wonder if I could fit 2, either by jumping them or by shrinking one, maybe? I don't want to shrink both, just for shrink economy, although, you know, I might be kind of past that consideration. I figure if I shrink them, I can just put them over here or something, though. So I think, yeah, that overhangs just a little bit. So I bet if I shrink that, it'll be placeable. Fisher. Haven't heard that name in many years. Okay, well, this will probably be a Fisher record. Yep. I mean, that sure is a number. Let's do it. Yeah, this is kind of a good proof point of what I talk about, how like losing an island, like running out of buildings is inevitable, because like that was a single building that gave me over 100 points, just like among the best fishers ever placed. And it's like a quarter of what I need of this 380 to get 1 new building. So at some point you just cannot keep up, and that's by design, and that's fine, and I'm not throwing shade about it or anything. I just love this guild hall. Just trying to see what else I might want to place up here. Not a lot. A few different 41s. There we go. 151. Or is it better to take the 121 and then have a better market here? Might be more points overall, especially because this market will boost as well. Boost the guild hall, that is. Yeah, and I can still get a 53, which is plenty. With a 153, do I want a score multiplier? I guess not. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that tower should have been a score multiplier. I'm getting kind of sloppy with my boons. I think I'm so temple focused that I'm not really thinking about the secondary goal, like score maxing just this island, which is fine. I don't expect this to be a new record run. I think that would be, for me at least, a huge upset. But I am going to be curious to see how many points I manage to get out of just this one island. Because I think I'm making a pretty good case for, if nothing else, maybe opening your sealed boons across like 2 or 3 of the final islands. Whenever you get a good natural shape, just opening like, 10, 15, 20 sealed boons. Okay, so it's like 100-point increase area. That's not bad. I saw 270 briefly. 280? Okay. Coming up to a close. I'm a little nervous I'm not going to hit 2,000. It's going to be close. I guess let's do, well, I can open this building first. Park is fine. Not impressive, but fine. Now I can do a score multiplier here. That is almost certainly in detection. Yeah? Alright, 1960. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, if I can get 4 more buildings in detection, that's 2,000 points even. So I'm pretty confident that this blocks my temple. Yeah, I mean, you can just see it's like not even close to fitting. So in that case, I have 3 shrinks remaining. That's good to know. Yeah, we can do a shrunken tower here. Does this place work with shrink? Still looks like it's clipped out a little, but I guess let's check. It's placeable, but I might have taken the good spot. So again, we gotta check. 1972. Oof. Oh, I'm no longer getting a wisp. Huh. That's slightly problematic. It's 5 points, but I mean, at this point, 5 points is 5 points, 68. I've seen the 70 come up a couple of times. I know it's here. It's real. Well, long story short, I think that tower can stay, actually. I don't think it blocks the high scoring spot. So how do I get one of these 2 wisps? Shrink that. Sorry, kind of switching topics here mentally. Okay, so I want to get the wisp over out of the guild hall. I think the fountain is the easiest way to do it, because the fountain negative on itself doesn't mean anything to me. I don't mind. And I don't think anything like this is going to be detected by the temple. I think I have to... Lots of stuff to ponder. I don't know that that's staying there, but I think it'll be detectable. Yeah. It's definitely being detected. 77. Okay. So I'm 23 points short. That feels like a pretty achievable number. But I don't necessarily see where. At some point I gotta decide what to bargain. 'Cause I've just kind of been holding it this whole time. So I'm gonna choose not to believe I can get an extra terrace somewhere detectable. It just really doesn't seem like any of these spots are gonna work. There's nothing I can do with a wall platform. If I knew I had a spot, it would just be mason. But if I copy mason and then can't find literally anywhere to place it, that's kind of a disaster. I can place it right here, but that's out of detection. All these cliffs are taken. Remember, I have masons and shamans up under here, placed a million years ago. Still have this little spot here for a blind park as well. I guess let's get some more points before we think about it. Let's hope to unlock some more buildings naturally. Now we're going to go from 300 to 360. That's not worth it. So instead we're going to use a score multiplier. It's a fine mountain shrine. Okay. I mean, if I can get it detected, that's 10 points. But getting things detected at this point is becoming quite difficult. Let's see if that works. Does seem to. I think I've done it. I think I can double shrink. Oh, I only have one tower. Okay, well I can definitely bargain a tower. I only got the one shrink left though, so maybe I can find one wall somewhere. One weird wall is all it's gonna take to get a 2,000 point building. That is almost certainly not detectable / going to score, but you know I'm going to test it. Oh, that one's even better. Wait a minute. Get that. Get. Whatever you did previously, weird wall. Okay. Weird wall has jumped forward in there. Now we go increase area, temple. We place it and we look at weird wall and we hope. Weird wall is dim. That makes sense. Oh, I mean, that looks fairly detectable. This might have been easier than I was making it. The real hard part is going to be finding my temple placement from this side so I can double check that wall. I do believe it is detected. 1993, 1997? Foo. I mean, if there was a drunken tower right there, that would be 2,000 points. So I think let's just do that. I mean, bummer not to be able to neighborly this for 90 points, but... And you know, I guess in service of that greed, let me try another spot first, like without the shrink. That's actually just better play in general, too, saving the shrink for a building that absolutely needs it, if I can find a way to place this detectably without it. Okay, don't have the increase area on for some reason. Temple, 2,000, 2,000, come on, 2,007 point temple. Well, pretty sure I'm the first person to do this, to break the 2,000 barrier. I actually haven't seen someone above 1,000, so... what's the silliest way to frame this? I mean, that's pretty good. Two thousand seven, come on. 1983, ugh. Terrible score. Couldn't even imagine getting that few points from a temple. Come on. Oh, whatever. Just for the joke, it's good enough. Alright. So now the only question is, can I get that number any higher somehow? Line Park? Wait, this one's placeable. I can place it in there. Yeah. That might be detected. That might be 5 more points. Now... Yeah, I mean, there's lots of... I'm sorry, I just find it so difficult to care about this stuff given what else is going on this island. Like, I know I should. I know that it might actually increase my score in tangible ways, and it does matter. I'm just focusing primarily on the super high scoring awesome temple. Very nervous about that. Not for any good reason, but... Okay, now that I have the 2008, I am gonna... Boop. Pretty sure... Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, pretty sure there should be a higher one as well. But I'm not quite done. It doesn't lose points for the fish kite. So fish kites can go soonish. I think... I mean, I can bargain like one more tower. I just don't think a mason is going to be super placeable. This was probably silly. I can probably do better, and I should just do circus up here instead. And double check. Yup. Then a bunch of circuses that would be decent with neighborly and are like unplaceable without. Not high praise. Man. But yeah, I mean, that's 131 point building is totally fine. Do not be conditioned otherwise based on how high my scores have been in some of this island. I just don't think things like that have any realistic chance of being detected. I mean, I guess I'll place this here as far forward as I can, and I'm just gonna double check it, but I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, not getting it. It's really close, so I'm glad that I checked because it's closer than I thought it was gonna be, but nay. 12. I mean, so many of these buildings are like a matter of millimeters. Well, let's keep placing out. I think a 131. Oh, this is good. 160. 68, or over here where it's more likely to get a fish kite. I can get a similar. Yeah, I'll take 63, that's okay. Actually, let's do this the right way. Nice. Okay, I know this looks silly, but I'm curious if that's taggable. It's very close. No, maybe not as close as I thought it was. Well, I mean, it's close-ish. It's definitely not there. Which does mean this should be safe as well. You would hope, right? No, we need increase area, temple. Yeah, I'm not seeing a minus. What I was concerned about with that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hard one for people to beat. I'm just thinking about what it has taken to get here, what I've invested in this run, the amount of time, the luck with getting specifically a Aurora. An Aurora, pardon. Okay, a few different, like, high 20s. Just taking out the trees that I have has already kind of wrecked the scores that I can get over here, but that's fine. Just place this centrally located. Now it's time for some fish kite value. So we're gonna precious a fish kite for over 500 points. You love to see it. There's a few spots that I've seen that give about 500. I'm not seeing anything else higher than that, so... Oh, I'm 200 into the next round. I was curious why these numbers weren't reasoning with that level up, but it's just that I'm going to get a whole half level here. Oh, a shaman! That's 15 points! Literally paid off for waiting all this time. That's hilarious. This is so Islanders. So Islanders, it hurts. Remember, buildings always go up in value if you just keep holding them. There's a little spot back in here that I was eyeing. Also, clearly there's something strange happening over here. I mean, that 15 points is, yeah, that's a huge boost at this stage. 2023. I wonder if I can get exactly 2025. Probably not, but... Okay. Another precious fish kite. So I see 453. Some 440s. Yeah, some more 440. 441. Okay. 454 is quite good as well. Those are big fish kites. No disputing that. Okay, not super useful. 138 points short of the level, okay. I feel like I could put almost any building in here and have it be like a record high score I've ever seen. It's kind of amusing. Oh! Okay, that's awesome. I was having difficulty getting that to work earlier, but when I was just fidgeting off... Oof, yeah, okay. When I didn't have the recorder running, that's what I was saying. I was just clicking around. Okay, I need 11 points. So these are going to be -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. That's only 5 points. Guess we do this. And I'm probably going to use the level up. So it probably doesn't matter exactly how many points I get. Okay. Yes, let's use the level up boon. Actually, I'm going to demolish my first temple, so I guess we should do that? I guess we're just about at placing the first temple. I need to get a couple more walls down, and then we'll be ready. Wow. What a journey this island has been. It took me so long to get here, and so long to actually play the island. Like, I sat on the decision of how to start this island for several days, just pondering once I knew the island shape, thinking about it. Many mistakes were made along the way getting here. Overall, I am pleased with my play. My big nightmare was that I would make a mistake that blocked the temple placement. I mean, that would just be disastrous. It's part of why I haven't used any demolishes, is that I wanted to have them on deck if needed. But fortunately, I just played really well and didn't need that. I mean, played really well in terms of minimizing catastrophic losses. I had plenty of minor mistakes, that's for sure. No walls want to be placed in here. You know what? Oh, I only have one increase area left, so I can't use it on the second one. I guess I can do a score multiplier first, though. That's still going to be a pretty good score. All right. First time I've clicked that, and it's going to be like maybe a couple score loops by itself. That's really silly. I should have left the second increase area. But obviously there's lots of mistakes here among my boons. Yeah, let's do it. I mean, you know, I'm already so deeply bargain locked, and I have the demolishes, so I could just go ahead and demolish this, but 318,970, 319,4. Okay. I think that correctly tracked the score and everything. Now, is there anything that can be done with this house where it will be detected? I kind of assume not. I mean, a square building at this stage of the island. Get like a 25. Now I'm thinking about actual score. Nature is healing. Yeah. $28 or whatever over here is fine. Square park that won't be detected no matter where I put it, but suppose let's put it up here just for score. Now I can do another score multiplier temple for 1681, I saw. There we go. And then I'm just going to demolish that. Now I have 2 more buildings. I'm going to assume that all the score loops and everything just count that correctly. I don't have to worry too much about it. Oh, a sand pit! Yes! Legendarily good neighborly usage. Let's go. Cool. Then anywhere I put the mansion is not going to be detected at this point. So we'll just take the points. Take a drink every time I say points. No, don't do that. there have to be some, yeah. Some pretty good, pretty silly walls somewhere around here. Given one last look around for this final temple placement. Doesn't bode well. Doesn't seem promising. House. Okay. Let's do a level up. I mean, even with a shrink, I don't think this house is gonna fit anywhere that I have space. What about a shrinking wall? I wonder how that would fit. I don't know if there's like a spot that I thought was almost large enough, but maybe I could do that somehow. Not a lot of convincing spots around here. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, well, what if I try to shrink this house instead? Already checked that, doesn't work. This really felt like a good option, but obviously doesn't work. Nothing in here is acceptable, although these are like 120s, which is incredible for a house. Kind of ludicrous. Could just take a placement like that and kind of hope that that front corner tags. I mean, doesn't seem unreasonable. Okay, come on. No, not getting detected, but I don't think anything would. So let's place out. Let's do every building. 18 versus 21. And then I think these, I don't think there's even a single plateau close enough to the water or anything. None of this is going to help. Yeah, okay. So these are just straight up garbage. They are buildings placed though, which matters for So this is a boon usage, which is 10 points. Should have thought about that. And I can neighborly my walls. Should have thought about that. I'm gonna get a few extra boon usage points here at the end. You know, run out what's in the tank. Yeah, not super detectable, I'm sure. Yeah, the minus 15 of precious is going to be difficult for me to offset. I think it's another neighborly, which means this does need to interact with a wall. Negatively, that is. This would have been much smarter and like maybe detectable. I must have tried that though, and it must not have worked because that's such an obvious wall spot. Hopefully I tried it. If not, then at least I tried your patience. All right. I got one building. Increase area. Temple. 2033 is the score to beat. I'll try a few different wiggles, but 2037. Whew. I'm glad that it surpassed 2000, even if it is by such a small amount. 2021. 2033 again. Yeah, I think 37 is going to be my winner. Next time I see 37, we're placing it. We're moving on. This island's done. All right. The highest score Islanders New Shores building I think ever placed. Placed completely legitimately. No glitches, tricks, exploits, nothing. Just stuff in the game. Hopefully this video has been fun to watch. I don't know how really educational it'll be, because I don't know how many people will end up in this kind of absurd boon maxed situation, but it was a lot of fun to play. If you've got 20 hours to set up a run, I recommend it. Let's go. Let's just listen to the points. You ever scored for so long that the screensaver started? Kind of feels like a first world problem. Oh, we're done. All right. Well, we get 4 new buildings. A power. Ugh. Gonna be a great usage of neighborly. So that's 208 versus if I put my precious into it, way worse. Also, just being more central is going to make me a lot of points too. That makes sense. The highest point theory only matters if your city is kind of a normal size and shape, which this is not. 480 point score loops. I'm going to get a lot of points at the end of this island. I am really curious to see how high it jumps. Probably just place this too. I mean, how much do I really care? This line might have been touchable by the temple as well. I don't know where, and I'm not going to look for a spot, but maybe there would be one. See, at 31, that's good enough for... No, 33. Alright, so... Well, firstly, let's undo that. The hut obviously should have just been precious. I don't know why I'm making all these like simple categorical misplays, but yeah, I do be misplaying. That is true. I think I'm simply so overwhelmed and exhausted by this behemoth of an island. Alright, we're just gonna take the scores we can get, and move on. But I do think there's some logic to minus 15 plus 52. There might have been a better one to destroy, but that one felt good. And I don't think I even can use any of these boons. I don't think that's going to consume it. Yeah. Precious, I lose 12 points but gain 10, so that's not worth it. And 52. I wonder, wait a minute. Oh, okay, I was wondering if these would give me back positive points, but no, I can just demolish them for 0, which is going to be 20 extra points at the end. It feels wrong. It feels wrong to break them. I guess I'll break the more hidden-y ones. Alright, let's get some glamour shots, but this is completed. This is what it looks like to score 2,000 points from a temple. It takes 58 sealed boons. You have to get approximately 15 statues and layer them in really tight bundles. You have to place a gentle bed of plateau, cover them in masons and shamans and mansions, build layers of wall platform above them like a sandwich, continue to ascend upwards. You have to play a whole 20 island run, taking reroll and sealed boon every single time they are offered, rerolling every island into a stellar or a ley line in alternating pattern. It's okay if you miss a few times, but it would be more optimal if you didn't. And then when you get to the island, you have to play really cautiously, leaving a space for the temple surrounded by walls so you can approach it on every side. You have to use a range increase boon, but don't worry, you'll have plenty. I had forgotten the new camera angles. That's so cool. Okay. Love to see it. I mean, this is the shot. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, now let's see how many end of island points we get. Oof. So from 323. 480. Whew. 3, 2. So I have 25 bargain locks. I mean, that's not bad, but yeah, why not? I don't even know if I'm going to play this island, but that's really funny. Okay, so oh man, that is a lot of points. Leaderboard weekly. Number 2 weekly. With what is again a run that I was not trying on until the final island. So I think I tried on all the leyline islands to maximize Boons earn, but I was not trying to score max. So I think, Ermax actually, that's a really good score for Island 15. That's doing well. Anyway, using all of your seal Boons on one island might be the strat. Well, that's a 2,000 point temple. Hope you enjoyed watching. See you here next time. Bye, everyone.